Chapter 614. Tangaran brought Hua Xiaoheng to the dining room to sit down. Because they were using a household diesel generator to generate electricity, they couldn't be as carefree as before when they had public electricity. Only a small light was turned on in the living room, and only the ceiling light was on in the dining room. On the long dining table were 4 appetizing dishes and 1 soup. They were all authentic Yangzhou cuisine. In the middle was a lotus-shaped soup bowl with a round, fist-sized lion's head and 2 green vegetables inside. The soup was very fragrant, and one could smell it when they were close. On each side was a plate of stir-fried shredded vegetables, a plate of fried shrimp, a plate of mushroom and vegetable hearts, and a bowl of mirror box tofu. Vegetables took up more than half of the dishes. Without hesitation, Tan Guirin scooped the only lion's head into Hua Xiaoheng's bowl. "Try this. It's Mrs. Fun's specialty." Mrs. Fun retreated after serving the dishes. She hadn't expected Hua Xiaoheng to stay for dinner, so she didn't make much, just enough for Tan Guirin. Yangzhou cuisine was about small portions and many plates, so a table full of dishes could be eaten in one bite. Hua Xiaoheng was no stranger to Yangzhou cuisine. His grandmother was from the south, and when she was alive, they had a chef who specialized in Huaiyang cuisine. And Yangzhou cuisine was only one branch of Huaiyang cuisine. He picked up some lion's head with his chopsticks and tasted it. It was okay, but not amazing. It was far worse than the Huaiyang chef he used to have at home. However, Hua Xiaoheng didn't say it out loud. He nodded lightly. Not bad. It was rare for Hua Xiaoheng to be complimented like this, and it was because he wanted to use Tan Guirin, so he couldn't bear to do it. Tan Guirin didn't mind. She smiled brightly and kept putting food into his bowl. Mrs. Fin saw that Hua Xiaoheng only gave her a slight compliment and was a bit annoyed that he didn't know what was good, but she didn't show it. She brought out their food baskets and went down to eat. Hua Xiaoheng and Tan Guirin chatted casually. Dinner took almost an hour, and it was almost 9 o'clock. Mrs. Fin put down their chopsticks and served them tea. Tan Guirin looked out the window to see that the rain hadn't stopped. It looked like Hua Xiaoheng wouldn't be leaving tonight. Tan Guirin suppressed her happiness and left the dining room to help Hua Xiaoheng decorate his room. Hua Xiaoheng chose a guest room on the first floor. Tan Guirin and Sister Fin both lived on the second floor, which was more convenient. Although Tan Guirin would have preferred Hua Xiaoheng to stay in the guest room on the second floor, Hua Xiaoheng had chosen the first floor. She did not want to go against his words at all. He had such an imposing manner. After 10 o'clock, the electricity still did not come. The diesel generator at home was not very functional. It lasted for 2 hours and was about to run out of gas. They had to save some oil for tomorrow. Thus, the 3 of them said good night and went back to their rooms to sleep. At midnight, Hua Xiaoheng opened his eyes and quietly got up. He slipped out of his room in a black t-shirt, a pair of black trousers, and a pair of socks. First, he went to the living room to look for the bugs and pinhole cameras installed there. There was a picture frame above the fireplace in the living room. On the back of the picture frame were 4 black button-like buttons. They were originally used to prevent the picture from falling out, but one of the black buttons had been replaced with a bug. Hua Xiaoheng reached out to touch it and pulled the bug button off. Coming out of the living room, he followed the pitch-black hallway to the dining room he had just stayed in. A paper lotus chandelier hung from the ceiling of the dining room. The threads above the lampshade were very thick, and there were also some small threads hanging from the lampshade. And among those small threads, there was a tiny protrusion. That was the CIA's most advanced pinhole camera. Hua Xiaoheng was very tall. Standing under the dining table, he raised his hand to touch the top of the lotus chandelier and pulled the pinhole camera off. Then he went to the hallway on the second floor. The CIA had actually installed 4 or 5 bugs and pinhole cameras here. If Tan Dongbang really became the prime minister in the future and came to stay here for a short time, it would be really bad. The prime minister of a nation would be completely under someone else's surveillance. Hua Xiaoheng patiently removed all the bugs and pinhole cameras in the villa. He was not restricted by the information James had given him. Instead, he searched the entire villa from top to bottom again. He worked from dawn until dawn before packing up and returning to his room to sleep. He put all the bugs and pinhole cameras into a bag and smashed them into powder with a hammer. When he left tomorrow, he would throw the powder into the ocean. The CIA agents wouldn't make a fuss if they couldn't find the bugs and pinhole cameras. This wasn't something honorable or legal to begin with. Tanguerin woke up in the morning to find that the rain had already stopped. She was a little annoyed. She slowly got up, dressed, and went to the bathroom to wash up. It took her almost an hour before she came out of her room. However, when she arrived at Hua Xiaoheng's guest room, she saw that it was Mrs. Fun who opened the door. Tanguerin's eyes widened. "Where's that gentleman? He left a long time ago." Mrs. Fun had gone in to clean up. She said with a smile, "This gentleman is really clean. The room is so neat and tidy, as if no one has ever lived here. He's a good person." Tanguerin pushed the door open and found that Hua Xiaoheng was indeed gone. She was disappointed for a while before quietly leaving alone. However, she wasn't disappointed for long. 3 days later, when James came to visit her, Hua Xiaoheng actually came as well. The two of them seemed to have arranged to sit and talk in the gazebo in Tanguerin's backyard. The backyard of the Tan's villa was very large, and the gazebo was in the middle of it. It was surrounded by flat, green grass that was at least an acre in size. It was impossible for anyone to hear them sitting in the gazebo with such a wide field of grass between them. Of course, there were no bugs in the gazebo. Hua Xiaoheng and James were both experts and had already checked. Tanguerin sat in the living room on the first floor of the villa. She was preparing a fruit platter as she smiled at the two familiar figures in the gazebo in the distance through the bright floor-to-ceiling windows. She was very happy and excited to be able to provide convenience for these two people. She even felt a sense of holiness. In the gazebo, James and Hua Xiaoheng chatted for a while before getting to the main topic. "Gu, are you satisfied with my gift?" James asked with a smile. He held a pipe in his hand and put it in his mouth. The two of them had tacitly agreed to call each other Mr. J. "Jay, I think you're taking advantage of me." Hua Xiaoheng crossed his legs and leaned against the chair in the gazebo. He also had a cigarette in his hand, but he didn't smoke it. White smoke slowly rose from between his fingers and obscured his face. It was the second watch. Just a reminder for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Today was Monday, especially with the recommendation votes. Moi. Oh, intersectioners for intersection. Oh. Chapter 615. Take advantage of you? No. How would I dare take advantage of you? Do I have a death wish? James calmly took his pipe out of his mouth and smiled. He flipped his hand to take out a thin envelope. Didn't you want to find out who the mole in the country is? This should be able to help you. Hua Xiaoheng looked dubious as he took the envelope from James. He pulled out a folded piece of paper and opened it to read. James whispered, "These are the 3 departments of your country. I've tried my best to narrow the scope to these 3 places. That person should be in one of these 3 departments." Hua Xiaoheng hadn't expected this person to hide so well that even the director of the CIA's Asian Intelligence Division didn't know his or her true identity. He looked down and saw 3 English names printed on an old printer. Department of Internal Affairs, Department of Justice, Army General Hospital. Hua Xiaoheng's fingers tightened around the letter. These 3 places had indeed caught him off guard. The Minister of Internal Affairs, Bai Jiansheng, and the Minister of Justice, Tan Dongbang, were popular candidates for Prime Minister, but the Military General Hospital was too subtle. Logically, the Military General Hospital had nothing to do with intelligence agencies, but because many of the people who came here for treatment were high-ranking military officers, and because the doctors from the Military General Hospital had the opportunity to visit the homes of military leaders, they had the opportunity to come into contact with many high-ranking people. Therefore, an unintentional leak could make the Military General Hospital a very good infiltration point. Also, although Hua Xiaoheng didn't have much contact with the Military General Hospital, he had a lot of contact with someone there. This person had also been transferred from the Military General Hospital to the Special Operations Forces. He was Chun Lai. Hua Xiaoheng thought about this in his mind. Although he really wanted to eliminate the possibility that it was Chun Lai, his years of professionalism taught him to consider all kinds of possibilities and then eliminate them one by one. He believed that Chun Lai wouldn't voluntarily leak the secret but passively. Did this blabbermouth know when to shut his mouth? Hua Xiaoheng flicked the letter and said calmly, "These 3 departments? Isn't the scope too big? Jay, do you know how many people there are in these 3 departments? You're asking me to find a needle in a haystack. Besides, what makes you say that the mole is in one of the 3 departments?" He knew how to sow discord, and he believed that James was no stranger to it. He couldn't let him lead him by the nose. James smiled as he took out something else and passed it to Hua Xiaoheng. "Look at this, and you'll believe me." It was a newspaper clipping that contained copies of various internal CIA documents. They were all related to the Xia Empire's most well-hidden mole. From the information provided by the mole, he should be from one of the 3 departments. In modern society, when 2 countries clashed, military intelligence wasn't the only thing that mattered. Internal affairs, diplomacy, justice, and technology were all things that the other party coveted. Moreover, the higher one's position in each department, the more confidential the information they could access would be. Hua Xiaoheng held in his hand and skimmed through it. He compared it with some of the intelligence information he knew and found that it matched very well. He couldn't help but tighten his grip on the clipping. "Get back to me. I can't let you take this away." James reached out to Hua Xiaoheng for the clipping. Hua Xiaoheng slowly closed it, but refused to give it back. "Jay, this is more interesting. Otherwise, you'd really be taking advantage of me." James couldn't do anything about his refusal. He became even more cautious and said quietly, "You have to keep this safe. If someone finds out, I won't be able to hide it anymore." Just like the Xia Empire's internal information provided by the mole exposed his background, James's clipping could also expose his identity in the CIA. To Hua Xiaoheng, this was another piece of leverage. "It would be strange if he gave it up, I know. Don't worry, you won't be exposed, even if I expose myself." Hua Xiaoheng smiled and casually held the clipping in his hand. He was so nonchalant. No one would have thought that this clipping would be so important. James saw that Hua Xiaoheng was much more experienced than him and sighed in relief. He put the pipe back in his mouth. "That's good. What do you plan to do?" Hua Xiaoheng flicked the ash. Seeing that the cigarette in his hand was almost burnt out, he casually pressed it into the ashtray. "I have my ways, but I'll need your help next. Send me the information when the time comes, and I'll know exactly where that person is." He was most worried about either by Jiansheng or Tan Dongbang. Both of them represented too much power. Even with General Ji's support, it would be very difficult to pull them off their positions. Also, once they were elected, it would be even more difficult to get rid of them. If one of them was the mole, then it would be a huge blow to the Xia Empire's national security. Long after James left, Hua Xiaoheng was still sitting in the gazebo and thinking about his next step. Now that the scope had been narrowed down to these 3 departments, he was both worried and relieved. He was worried that that person was too powerful and the damage to national security would be incalculable. He was relieved that his special operations forces and the military had no major connections involved. His comrades around him hadn't betrayed him, so he had more confidence and confidence. Tan Guirin watched Hua Xiaoheng from afar for a long time. Seeing that he was sitting motionless like a statue, she didn't dare disturb him. It wasn't until she saw that the sky outside was darkening that she couldn't help but walk over and cough softly. "Do you want some fruit?" Hua Xiaoheng snapped out his deep thought and stood up. "No, I still have something to do." "Thank you, Miss Tan." "You don't have to call me Miss Tan. It sounds so distant. You're my savior, so you could just call me Cheryl." Tan Guirin blushed slightly and looked stunning under the sunset. "You flatter me. That was my mission and my duty." Hua Xiaoheng took a step back. "I'll be busy for a while, so I won't be here for a while. If that gentleman comes here again, tell him I have nothing to say to him and ask him not to come again." He had already achieved his goal of using Tan Guirin, so Hua Xiaoheng didn't want to come here to see James again. The two of them had to arrange a new time and place. Tan Guirin was a bit disappointed. "Oh, why? Did you guys just fight?" "Yes." "Did Miss Tan see everything?" Hua Xiaoheng glanced at her silently. "Please keep this a secret, Miss Tan. No one else can know about this. It was actually best to let others know." Unfortunately, Tan Guirin made up her mind again. "Don't worry. I definitely won't let anyone know, Hua Xiaoheng said. Thank you for your understanding, Miss Tan. Tan Guirin was no longer useful to him, so Hua Xiaoheng didn't explain further. The rest of the matter was the same whether she was involved or not. He tapped his forehead with his hand and turned to leave. Tan Guirin restrained herself from sending him off. She only leaned against the door and bit her lower lip lightly as she watched his gradually disappearing silhouette. Mrs. Fin followed and smiled secretly when she saw Tan Guirin like this. Miss Tan's heart was finally moved. Hua Xiaoheng returned to his rented apartment in New Jersey and rested for 2 days to calm his emotions. Although he had been through a lot and very few things could shock him, the 3 departments that James had given him still put him in a difficult position. It wasn't that he didn't have a way, but the Special Operations Force's methods couldn't be used domestically. Even if there was a traitor, they couldn't act openly. Maintaining the security of domestic organizations was originally the Secret Service's mission. But now it seemed that the Secret Service wasn't completely united either. Hua Xiaoheng estimated that if he could successfully return this time, he would have to promote the relationship between the United States CIA and FBI in the Huaxia Empire. The United States CIA was responsible for foreign intelligence, just like the Huaxia Empire's Special Operations Forces. However, the FBI was responsible for domestic security as well as criminal investigation and was responsible for supervising the CIA. Conversely, the CIA also had the function of supervising the FBI. The two monitored each other to ensure the purity of each other's teams and not be infiltrated by external forces. But in reality, the United States CIA was infiltrated like a sieve by external forces. However, they believed that offense is the best defense. So although there were often moles inside, as long as they repeatedly caused trouble abroad, the internal moles were almost negligible. It was only in the Huaxia Empire that they hadn't been able to cause trouble for so many years. They could only rely on the moles deep inside the Huaxia Empire to pass on information for them. The two agencies, the Special Operations Forces and the Secret Service, were bound to monitor each other in the future. Hua Xiaoheng hung the towel around his neck and went to the apartment's gym. He always appeared here in disguise, such as a hooked nose and black-rimmed glasses. It was very easy to change a person's appearance. He was also good at disguise, so even if someone familiar saw him, it would take a while to recognize him. After sweating in the gym for an hour, he went to the pool to swim. Maintaining high-intensity training every day was his habit, and it was a very good habit. After sweating all over, he felt that his mind was much clearer. A person had to be very careful and meticulous to formulate a detailed plan to find the moles who betrayed him. Fortunately, with James as his inside man, the difficulty of this cat and mouse game was greatly reduced. Hua Xiaoheng came out of the apartment's bathroom and had already thought of a plan. The next day, he drove to the east, west, and north of New York City and found the cheapest and most inconspicuous apartment buildings. He used cash to rent an apartment with 1 bedroom and 1 living room for half a year. This was the first update, a reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. There would be an extra update at 7 p.m. Chapter 6:16. This kind of building could be rented on a monthly basis and didn't even need to sign the rental contract as long as the money was paid in advance. He bought some daily necessities and put them inside to make it look like he was staying there. 7 or 8 days had passed since he started his journey. Of course, he wouldn't stay in the 3 new places, but he would wander around and familiarize himself with the surroundings. Time passed quickly, and it was soon the end of August. That day, Hua Xiaoheng finally typed 3 letters on an old-fashioned typewriter. One was sent to Bai Jinxing's Ministry of Internal Affairs, one was sent to the Ministry of Justice, and one was sent to the Military General Hospital, addressed to Chenlai. The 3 letters were sent from the 3 new apartments that Hua Xiaoheng rented, which were the 3 post offices in the east, west, and north New York City. He knew that according to procedure, letters sent to the Ministry of Internal Affairs and the Ministry of Justice had to go through the sending and receiving system first, then be registered in the mail room, and finally be sent to the recipient's office according to their name. This way, There were more people in between. But although it seemed like a lot, the layers of people who passed through all needed to sign, so it was easy to trace. After the letters were sent, all that was left was to wait. The 3 letters were written in code, asking for help. Most people wouldn't understand it, but a mole would definitely understand what was going on and then use the postal code on the letters to determine his location. 3 letters, sent from 3 different locations, sent at different times, and received at different times as well. It was very unlikely that there would be collusion between the 2 parties. After everything was done, Hua Xiaoheng met with James again. This time, they weren't near Tangairan's house, but on a boat on the Hudson River. Both of them pretended to be tourists, leisurely exchanging information among the silly foreign tourists holding little flags and wearing the same baseball caps. Are you ready? James wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and had a big beard, looking like a Russian. Ready. As soon as he finds out that the letter was written by me, he'll definitely inform you of my address and have you come to arrest him. Hua Xiaoheng smiled and held a pair of binoculars, looking at the scenery of New York like a normal tourist. James nodded. We'll move out when the time comes. Be careful. Hua Xiaoheng had already planned to leave New York for South America when the CIA agents from New York came to arrest him. He entered the United States with a fake identity and had to get out as soon as possible. Plus, he had been away for so long and hadn't contacted Gunyinji. He missed her. He also sent her silk scarves. To confuse them, he used a French shipping address. Even if they discovered it, they wouldn't be able to find his exact location, so he wasn't worried about Gunyinji leaking information. He sincerely hoped that he would be back by her birthday. But it was not for him to decide. It was for the mole, who was deep in their inner organization. In New York, no matter how much the CIA suspected him, he was still a high-ranking general representing the Huaxia Imperial Military as long as they didn't arrest him on the spot. I know what I'm doing. Hua Xiaoheng put down the binoculars nonchalantly, rubbed his eyes, put on his sunglasses, and calmly left. The process he designed would be relatively long. From the time the letter reached the country, the person would see it, and then the action would be taken. It would take at least a month. If it was slow, it might even take half a year. The advantage was that it wouldn't involve other people, and the innocent wouldn't be harmed. The downside was, of course, that it might drag on for a long time. If the other party took action within a month or 2, it meant that the other party was in a hurry. If it dragged on for half a year, then they would be extremely cautious and would be even harder to deal with. Fortunately, Hua Xiaoheng was a very patient person. No matter what the other party did, he could deal with it. It was nearing the end of August in the capital of the Huaxia Empire, and all primary and secondary schools were about to reopen. Ma Chi-Chi, who had just finished her internship, rode her bike and hummed a tune as she happily traversed the university's tree-lined path. Gunyinji had been in Germany for almost a month, and it had been great. Ma Chi-Chi had been following the case on Weibo and had even accessed the live stream of the trial that caused a sensation on social media in Germany. It was a pity they didn't get to see Gunyinji's heroic face against the rogue lawyer. He could only hear her voice. He didn't expect her English to be so good. It was like her mother tongue. And Professor He's German, with a perfect Hanover accent, was amazing. He returned to the dormitory, sat in his room, and began to text Gunyinji. The two of them had been in contact, but due to the time difference, they didn't spend much time together. Therefore, he usually sent a simple message, and the other person would see it the next day and reply. Love, Meng Chi-Chi. Dear little Gigi, good luck. The next day, Gunyinji received Ma Chi-Chi's message and also replied. Remember now. Got it. I will definitely work hard. At the same time, Hua Xiaoheng's 3 letters were slowly passing through the U.S. postal system. They were packed into sacks and transported to the Huaxiao Empire. A week later, the mail room of the Huaxiao Empire's Ministry of Internal Affairs received a letter from New York. It was clearly addressed to the Minister of Internal Affairs office, but it didn't specify the recipient. This type of letter was usually registered and sent to the relevant departments for various security procedures before finally being sent to the receiving department. A few days later, the Ministry of Justice also received a similar letter addressed to the Minister of Justice's office. Then a few days later, The mailroom of the Military General Hospital received a letter addressed to Senior Colonel Military Dr. Chen Lai. Chen Lai's rank and position were both in the Military General Hospital. He was only seconded to the Special Operations Forces, and his assistant, Yi Zieten, was also seconded. Because Chen Lai was busy with work, Yi Zieten helped him take care of the daily affairs, including receiving and sending letters. It was almost September, and Gun Yinji wanted to return to the empire. Ever since the third trial, the Munich District Court had made a fool of itself in front of the entire German people. It was difficult to offend the public, so they didn't dare to go too far. Therefore, Seth and Nina's murder case had been dragged on, and the verdict was delayed. He Ji-Chu and his 4 American assistants were also busy setting up a branch in Germany. From legal documents to choosing the location of the office to finding people and buying office equipment, half a month passed quickly, and everyone was very busy. Only Gun Yinji wasn't considered an official employee of the American law firm yet, and she didn't care about the new branch. She was only interested in the lawsuit, so she couldn't help but feel annoyed. That day, she was sitting in the garden behind the hotel reading a book. The late summer and early autumn sun shone through the ginkgo leaves, and the light shone like a small fan in front of her eyes. She squinted her eyes and couldn't focus on her book. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw a middle-aged couple standing at the edge of the grass, watching her. It was the second watch, a reminder for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Moi. Oh, intersection. Oh. Chapter 617. Gun Yinji quietly closed her book and slowly stood up. She looked up to see a middle-aged couple dressed in plain clothes standing on the edge of the grass. They looked at her with humble smiles and habitually bowed. Gun Yinji's eyes flashed. She knew this couple. They were the parents of the murdered female exchange student, Li Haiqing. She stood up and brushed the grass and dirt off her body before walking towards them. Lawyer Gu. Li Haiqing's mother called her timidly. Her eyes were slightly timid, and her expression was both grateful and sad. She tried her best to maintain a calm posture. The couple looked at Gun Yinji, who had bright eyes and white teeth. They could see a bit of admiration for her. Lawyer Gu was much younger than their daughter, but she was so capable. Gun Yinji's eyes were a bit sore. She curled the corners of her lips and tried her best to smile to make the slightly uncomfortable couple relax. Uncle, Auntie, you're here. Come sit in my room. Gun Yinji took the initiative to invite them. I'll treat you to dinner tonight. You're not used to the food here, right? German cuisine was considered one of the top dark cuisines in Europe. There wasn't much good food there. The couple shook their heads and looked at each other. Li Haiqing's parents were both in their 50s. Due to the recent torture of losing their daughter, they looked even older. No, we're here to talk to you, Li Haiqing's father said. Li Haiqing's father spoke. He looked at Gun Yinji and suddenly bent down to bow to Gun Yinji. It was an almost 90-degree bow. Gun Yinji froze and quickly reached out to help the middle-aged man. She said anxiously, Uncle, what are you doing? Let's talk about it. I can't take it. No, you can take it. Li Haiqing's mother finally began to wipe away her tears. Our family is poor and can't afford a lawyer. Thank you, Lawyer Gu, for standing up for Haiqing. She's a good child, She's not the kind of girl who would mess around with men. Gun Yinji tried her best to hold back the tears that almost fell. She spoke very slowly and calmly. Auntie, don't feel burdened. They committed a crime and will be punished by the law. As for the lawyer's fees, don't worry. Not only will you not have to pay, but we will also fight for a large amount of civil compensation for you. Civil compensation? Li Haiqing's father shook his head. No need. No amount of money can buy back my daughter's life. I really regret it. I really regret it. Regret what? He probably regretted sending his daughter to study in Germany. Gun Yinji argued eloquently in court, but she didn't know what to say to this simple middle-aged couple. It seemed that any words were so pale and powerless in the face of this kind of love between parents who only wished for the well-being of their children. It's not your fault, and it's not Haiqing's fault. Gun Yinji calmed down and raised her head. Her expression was solemn. It was those people who were crazy. They will definitely be punished by the law. At this point, Gun Yinji remembered that the court had already delayed the verdict for half a month and refused to continue the trial. She quickly said, "Don't worry, I'll urge the court to start the trial immediately." She thought that Li Haiqing's parents were here to ask her to hurry up with the court. Unexpectedly, Li Haiqing's parents shook their heads and said, "We can see that the murderer's family is rich and powerful. We are very grateful that Lawyer Gu is not afraid of them and is willing to stand up for Haiqing." As they spoke, the couple bowed to Gun Yinji again. Gun Yinji was really embarrassed and mumbled as she took a step back. "I feel even more guilty now that you're acting like this. Please don't misunderstand, Lawyer Gu. We really aren't here to rush you." Li Haiqing's mother sighed. "Actually, we're here to say goodbye today." "Goodbye?" Gun Yinji really didn't expect this reason. "Why? The trial isn't over yet. Why are you leaving? We've already been out for almost a month. If we don't go back soon, we won't be able to keep our jobs." Li Haiqing's father said quietly. "Also, we feel bad for using Director Bai's family's money. So we've already booked plane tickets to go back tomorrow." Gun Yinji tried her best to make them stay, but the couple had already made up their minds. However, before they left, they were still convinced by Gun Yinji and signed a letter of representation to represent them in the civil case. With this full representation, Gun Yinji could immediately start the civil case. If the Munich District Court wants to delay the criminal case, fine, I'll give you something to do. Let's start the civil compensation process. Gun Yinji sent Li Haiqing's parents off and returned to her hotel room to draft the civil compensation complaint. When He Jichu returned to the hotel that night, it was already midnight. When he passed by Gun Yinji's door, he was slightly surprised to see light spilling out from the crack in the door. He knocked on her door. "Yinji, you're still awake?" Gun Yinji got up from her computer and walked over to open the door. "Professor, he is back?" "Yeah. Why aren't you asleep yet?" "I'm preparing the civil lawsuit draft." Gun Yinji rubbed her eyes. "I'm almost done, and we'll send it to Professor He for a look." "Civil lawsuit?" He Jichu frowned. "Yeah, it's too late. Let's talk about it tomorrow." Gun Yinji's eyelids were starting to struggle. She covered her hands and yawned. Nodding at He Jichu, she closed the door. After working for another half an hour, she finally finished. She reread it and sent it to He Jichu's email before turning off her phone to sleep. She slept all the way until noon the next day. She woke up and picked up her phone to see the text from Li Haiqing's parents. They thanked her profusely and said they were about to board the plane. Gun Yinji yelped and looked at her watch. It had already been 2 hours since they sent the text. The plane must have already taken off. She wouldn't be able to see them off in time. But it didn't matter. Gun Yinji had done everything for them. They wouldn't care if she didn't see them off. Gun Yinji sat on the bed in a daze for a while, before slowly getting up to wash up. When she was done, she looked at her phone again. There was still no message from He Jichu. She changed her clothes and went to knock on He Jichu's door. He Jichu opened the door for her and saw that she still looked sleepy. His lips curled into a faint smile. "You're up? Have you had breakfast?" Gun Yinji shook her head. "Professor He, did you read the email I sent you yesterday?" "I'm reading it." He Jichu stepped aside. "Come in and talk." Gun Yinji walked in and heard He Jichu order room service to send lunch over. The Michelin star restaurant he had ordered food from before was too full, so He Jichu didn't continue ordering food there. Now they were looking for other restaurants and didn't have a fixed location. If they were too busy, they could eat at the hotel. Gun Yinji had no appetite for anything now. She just wanted to fill her stomach. She sat down on the sofa across from He Jichu. He Jichu turned the computer to face her. "You want to sue Nina, Seth's parents, the Roslaw Regional Police Department, and the Roslaw City Government?" "Yes. Suing them is the only way to get the most compensation and influence." Gun Yinji nodded. "Suing Seth alone won't be of much use. Your goal for compensation is 1 billion euros. He Jichu laughed. "That's quite an appetite. If I can't demand an exorbitant price, then what's the point of suing?" Gun Yinji raised a brow. "Also, in German law, there's no upper limit for punitive damages in civil claims. Look at the reasons I listed. Can they convince the court to accept the case?" He Jichu read on slowly. Gun Yinji explained in the complaint why she wanted such a large amount of compensation. First, She explained how Li Haiqing's parents were struggling to support their child's studies. Their daughter's death caused a huge financial loss to the family, indicating that they needed financial support and assistance. Then she listed how Seth's brutality dealt a heavy psychological blow to the victim's parents. Finally, she emphasized the most important point. Seth's parents abused their power for personal gain and manipulated the Roslaw Regional Police Department to attempt to neglect their duties, get away with it, and treat human life as grass. Not only was it unfair to the victim, Li Haiqing, but it was also unfair to her parents. It also caused great damage to society and the hearts of the people. The latter, in particular, was the basis for Gu Nianji to demand such a large amount of compensation. The case was so terrible that the Roslaw Regional Police Department, as a law enforcement agency, knowingly broke the law. The Roslaw city government, as a democratically elected government, disregarded the safety of the people in their jurisdiction. Moreover, the live broadcast of the trial had already caused public outrage. All of this could only be appeased by a heavy punishment. Ijichu thought about it for a moment before saying, "Your first point emphasized the victim's parents' financial situation. It's better not to list it." Why? Gu Nianji didn't understand and clenched her hands into a ball. She couldn't forget Li Haiqing's parents' old and helpless faces and their poor financial situation. Why can't I add it? Seth's actions did indeed harm the Li family's interests from an economic perspective. Nianji, the court is not a charity. Emphasizing the Li family's parents' financial situation will only backfire. Westerners think differently from Easterners. They won't sympathize with the Li family because of their poverty. Instead, they'll think they're using the opportunity to blackmail them, which will backfire. Oh, Gu Nianji really hadn't thought of that. As expected, international lawsuits were not easy to fight. No wonder law firms mostly commissioned local law firms to fight international lawsuits. It was because different countries had different cultural traditions, resulting in different legal habits and people's concerns. Ijichu deleted that reason from Gu Nianji's complaint and added another reason for her. Seth's father, York, and mother, Ramona, are high-ranking officers in the police department. They actively destroyed evidence and caused irreversible damage to the case. They acted as officers of the Roslaw Regional Police Department, so the Roslaw Regional Police Department is jointly and severally liable. Gu Nianji leaned over to take a look and said with complete admiration, "Professor, he is still more thoughtful than I am. This is the first update. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. There will be an extra update at 7 p.m. P.S. Regarding the plagiarism of Hello Major General. Last time, Cheating Girls Web has already posted a notice about the plagiarized book. There are more than 10 chapters that involve plagiarism. After blocking it, they asked her to delete the plagiarized parts. Hopefully, the country can improve the relevant laws and regulations to make it easier for the original author to protect their rights." Chapter 618. Punitive damages in civil lawsuits are usually targeted at cases with serious consequences and negative social impact. You focused on the key points, but in order to highlight the shared responsibility of Seth's parents, the local police department, and the municipal government, you have to emphasize that Seth's parents committed irreparable and even criminal acts in the criminal case. Ijichu explained to Gu Nianji like he was teaching a class. "Do you understand? Professor, he is still the best." Gu Nianji nodded obediently like a chick pecking at grains. Ijichu couldn't help ruffling her hair. "Stop flattering me. After lunch, reorganize the complaint and come to court with me to submit it." Gu Nianji giggled as she finished lunch at Ijichu's place and returned to her room to reorganize the complaint. An hour later, she finished the complaint and sent it to Ijichu for a final review. After he signed it, he took Gu Nianji to court personally. Before going, Ijichu used the name of his American law firm to have one of his assistants, Smith, call all the major German media outlets and say that the law firm would immediately represent Li Haiqing's parents to file a joint civil claim against Nina, Seth's parents, the Dessau Regional Police Department, and the Dessau government. The amount would be kept secret for now. After the Munich District Court deliberately cooled down and delayed, the case became a hot topic on social media for a while before slowly dying down because there was no follow-up development. This was exactly what Seth's parents wanted to see. As long as the public stopped paying attention to the case, it would be easier for them to play tricks. They didn't expect He Jichu's call to Smith to cause such a stir and cause the German media to explode again. This was almost breaking news in Germany. All of a sudden, all the major German media outlets stopped their normal broadcasts and sent out live interview teams to broadcast the filing of the civil lawsuit. Li Haiqing's case was once again brought up for the audience to explain to them that the Munich District Court was still considering the case and hadn't announced a verdict yet. The media moved too quickly. He Jichu's business car hadn't even arrived at the Munich District Court when the media's cameras were already set up in front of the courthouse. The weather was fine that day, and the sun wasn't as strong at 2 or 3 in the afternoon. When the wind blew, it was even a bit cool. The reporters' cameras showed a low-key black business car coming from the other side of the street and stopping in front of the Munich District Court. The car door opened, and a tall, handsome man in a black Armani suit and sunglasses stepped out of the car. It was He Jichu, one of the partners of the American law firm that everyone was already familiar with. After he got out, he immediately turned around and reached his hand into the car. A woman grabbed his arm and jumped out of the car. Although she was wearing sunglasses, people still recognized her. She was He Jichu's only female assistant this time. She was also Gu Ninji, who had appeared in court to argue during the third trial. The reporters immediately swarmed over, and countless microphones and recording pens were handed to He Jichu and Gu Ninji. Lawyer He, may I ask why you are requesting civil compensation from the Dessau Regional Police Department and the municipal government? Lawyer Gu, will you also be appearing in court for the civil compensation case? Lawyer He, may I know how much you claim in civil cases? He couldn't wait to throw out one question after another, waiting for He Jichu and Gu Ninji to answer. Gu Ninji received He Jichu's signal and spoke in English first. We are requesting civil compensation from the Dessau Regional Police Department and the municipal government because they neglected their duties and intentionally allowed the criminal to destroy evidence, causing irreparable damage and harm to my victim. The German reporters all understood English, so everyone immediately translated her words into German and sent the live video back to their own media outlets. He Jichu looked around and said coolly in German, "This time, we are requesting compensation from the two defendants, as well as Seth's parents, York and Ramona, the Dessau Regional Police Department, and the municipal government. It is a total of 1 billion euros. What? The crowd of reporters froze when they heard He Jichu's words. They almost thought they didn't understand German. Did I hear that right? Yes, yes. Is it 1 billion euros? Yes, yes, yes. I also heard it was 1 billion euros. Everyone looked at He Jichu and Gu Ninji in unison to confirm again. The compensation is really 1 billion euros. You didn't hear wrong, He Jichu said as he walked straight to the court. Gu Ninji followed closely behind, feeling very emotional. As expected, a huge compensation was big news. If the compensation was too small, she would be too embarrassed to face the reporters. Her lips curled into a faint smile as she calmly walked to the steps of the court building. It took less than 10 minutes for her to submit the complaint inside the court, but Gu Ninji thought of many things. Huge civil claims were very common in Western countries. They served as punishment and deterrence, so that the stronger party would not dare to do anything to harm the weaker party, especially when an individual was the weaker party and sued a government agency or a large corporation. The chances of winning were very high. For example, the famous McDonald's hot coffee case of the last century. An old woman was scalded by McDonald's hot coffee. Although she only stayed in the hospital for 3 days, she still sued McDonald's for millions of dollars in compensation and won. That was the power of punitive damages in civil lawsuits. Gu Ninji hoped that this exorbitant civil compensation would not only attract a new round of attention from the media and the public, but also prepare for losing the criminal case. She already sensed that due to the lack of direct evidence and the court's bias towards the defendant, they would most likely lose the criminal case. Although they would definitely continue to appeal, Gunyinji could currently use the public's anger from losing the criminal case to make their civil case go more smoothly. To be honest, because Germany didn't have the death penalty, Gunyinji would never be satisfied with the criminal case's outcome, no matter how it was judged. Therefore, only a huge compensation in a civil case would let the other party know what it meant to feel real pain. Because the media's attention was too high, and after He Jichu submitted the complaint to the court, he published it online. Because of this, the Munich District Court had no choice but to accept the case. This was because countless law experts and high-ranking political officials were watching the case. No matter how powerful Seth's stepfather, York, was, he could only do whatever he wanted in Dessau. His hand was not big enough to completely cover all of Germany. It was the second watch. Just a reminder for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Moi. Oh, intersection. Oh. Chapter 619. Early the next morning, Gunyinji received news from He Jichu that their civil claim case had been filed and would be scheduled for trial. Due to the high profile of the case, the Munich District Court gave a very close schedule. In 2 weeks, the civil case would be heard. What about criminal cases? The results of the first trial were not out yet. Due to the new interest in their huge civil compensation case, the case once again attracted everyone's attention. The Munich District Court, which had delayed announcing the results of the first trial, was in a delicate situation. What? 1 billion euros? Why don't they just rob someone? Seth slammed the table in the detention center's small room and yelled. In front of him sat his mother, Ramona. Her eyes were hazy, and on her high cheekbones were 2 lumps of red. Her face, which looked like cooked meat, was fierce and tough. There's nothing we can do. They've notified the media, so the court can't reject the case. Ramona was impatient and paced around the room with her arms crossed. They filed the case. Then aren't we? Seth was flabbergasted. Clenching his large hands into fists, he punched the air. Is it still that B*TCH lawyer? He's from the same country as the dead man. Of course. That woman is vicious and merciless. She won't bend the rules. Ramona's expression became even more gloomy. Your stepfather once sent someone to tell her that he wanted to negotiate with her, that it would be best if they could settle out of court. But she said, what did she say? Seth furrowed his brows tightly, his scarlet tongue sticking out to lick the dry corners of his lips. After being locked up in a detention center for more than a month, he was almost driven crazy. Not to mention the lack of good food. He didn't even have a woman. Ever since he was 14 years old, he couldn't live without a woman. She said that it's a pity that Germany doesn't have the death penalty. No matter how you're sentenced, it's too light. Ramona clenched her fists and twitched the corner of her mouth. She wants you to die, to pay for that dead person's life. Bah, how dare she? Seth stood up angrily. I don't care. Let me out. I can't take it anymore. I don't want to go to jail. Don't spend the rest of your life in prison. Ramona's face was covered in tears. Seeing her beloved son, her only son, like this, she was heartbroken. Wait, your stepfather and I are trying to think of a way. Hurry up. This place isn't meant for humans. Seth yelled as he was finally brought back to his original room and locked up by the detention center police. When Ramona returned home, she saw her husband sitting in the room with a gloomy face, drinking alone. York, think of a way. If we let them keep suing us, it won't be good for us, Ramona pleaded as she tugged on York's sleeve. York pushed her away and said with red eyes, that son of yours has caused so much trouble since he was young. I told you to discipline him, but you wouldn't listen. He had finally stirred up a huge disaster. A murder case. Do you think it's that easy to settle? What's wrong? Didn't the judge agree? Ramona froze for a moment, then went forward and hugged York's arm. He raised 500,000 euros in one go for his campaign fundraiser. Is he still not satisfied? Humph. At this time, of course, we have to raise the price. York slammed his glass heavily on the bar counter. I want to see him today, but he was completely ambiguous and vague. All the money from before has been fed to the dogs. but we have to rely on him for this. Ramona thought for a while, then pouted. York helped Seth think of a way. Just treat it as helping me. York drank a glass of wine, and his expression became even gloomier. At this time, it was no longer a question of whether or not to help his stepson. It was a question of whether his face, his prestige, and whether it could be sustained. He didn't care about Ramona's good-for-nothing son at all. Although he had committed many crimes in the past, to him, it was as easy as opening his mouth and lifting a finger. This time, however, it was so troublesome. Did he regret it? Perhaps a little. He should have thrown this good-for-nothing out earlier. But now that things had come to this, if he couldn't protect this cheap son of his, he wouldn't be able to survive in Roslaw anymore. Those people who bowed to the high and belittled the low would look down on him from now on. He might not be elected as a city councilor anymore, and his position as a police chief would definitely be doomed. So at this time, protecting this good-for-nothing Seth was to protect his own position. In any case, his hands were already wet and couldn't be clean anymore. Since that was the case, don't blame him for being ruthless. York downed the rest of the wine in one gulp and picked up his sunglasses and hat. I'm going out for a while. Sleep early. Ramona's expression softened. She knew that York was going to think of a way. York went out for a spin, but didn't go to the court's detention center to see Seth. Instead, he called a few of his former subordinates who were now working as bailiffs in the Munich District Court. The few of them gathered at the bar and drank the best wine. Their eyes glanced at the beautiful women who were alone in the bar, and they laughed happily as they talked about the tumultuous times in Roslaw. York had a pipe in his mouth and was also laughing, but it didn't reach his eyes. His gaze was cold. The lights in the bar were dim, and the women with their white breasts and thighs were like sparkling light bulbs, attracting the men's gazes like moths to a flame. York quietly took out a few envelopes and handed one to each of them. Same rules. Everyone has a share. York's eyes were half closed, and he didn't move. His hand was on the sofa's armrest, and he tapped it every now and then. The few of them weighed the envelopes in their hands. The thickness made them overjoyed. Germany had high taxes, and, as civil servants, 60% of their salaries had to be taxed. Under these circumstances, York, who could give them cash support from time to time, was even more valuable. Everyone put the envelopes away and drank a few more glasses of wine before one of his former subordinates whispered, "Boss, is there anything we can help with?" They understood that they didn't deserve it. It wasn't the first time anyway, so they didn't care. It was just that the media was watching them closely, so it wouldn't be that easy for them to do anything. York took the pipe out of his mouth and smiled. "It's just a small matter. I won't make things difficult for you." The few of them looked at each other, somewhat frightened by this small matter. Did Mr. York ever ask for a small matter? Everyone looked at York anxiously. York sighed and stroked his natural curly hair with one hand. "This stepson of mine is indeed a good-for-nothing. I'm very sad that he did such a thing. So, I hope that you can find someone to beat him up in the detention center." With that, he looked at the bailiffs with a meaningful look. "Huh, beat him up. Boss, are you serious? We've been treating Seth pretty well. No one dares to touch him in the detention center." York reached out and stopped them from continuing. With a serious expression, he said, "Really, find someone to beat him up. It's best if he gets sent to the hospital." The moment he said that, the prison guards instantly understood. This was too easy. Getting beaten up in the detention center was a common occurrence. Previously, with their protection, Seth hadn't suffered at all. But now, although they had to beat him up, everyone knew that they wouldn't really hurt him. This money was too easy to earn. They rubbed their hands and said excitedly, "Boss, don't worry. We'll definitely find someone to beat Seth up." He emphasized the word beat, and everyone knew what it meant. A few days later, there was a sudden riot in the detention center of the Munich District Court. A few suspects who were locked up suddenly got into a fight while they were on their way out. At the time, the bailiffs guarding them had just gone for lunch, so the transfer didn't arrive in time. Thus, the fight escalated from a few people verbally provoking each other to a group fight. The burly Seth was pinned to the ground and beaten up so badly that he almost fainted. When the prison guards found out, there were already a few suspects lying motionless on the ground. Beep! The bailiffs blew their whistles, and a group of riot police with stun batons rushed in to pull the people who were fighting apart. In the open space of the detention center, there were a few unconscious people lying on the ground. "Call an ambulance," a bailiff ordered sternly. "These people are seriously injured and must be sent to the hospital." Soon, the ambulance's emergency siren sounded outside the courthouse. Several bailiffs carried stretchers and sent the unconscious suspects to the ambulance. The ambulance screamed all the way and quickly arrived at the Munich District Hospital. The media that had been watching the courthouse all this while heard the news and scrambled to report it. The news of Seth being seriously injured and sent to the hospital for emergency treatment was also widely publicized by the TV stations. Many people felt that he deserved it, and that this kind of person should stay in prison and be beaten up by felons. Gun Yinji also saw the news on the local Munich TV station. She had nothing to do recently and was learning German by turning on the TV every day. She would watch the news whenever she had time, so her listening skills improved quickly and she could already understand some basic German conversations. This time, when she saw the footage of the Munich District Court, she quickly focused on it and even used the translator to compare to see if she understood. It had to be said that people with good memory could learn languages with half the effort. When she saw that Seth was also hospitalized from a fight, Gun Yinji laughed and quickly called He Ji-chu. "Professor He?" He Ji-chu was reading in his room when he saw Gun Yinji call him. He raised a brow and swiped his phone to answer. "What is it?" "Professor He, did you watch the TV?" "I saw the Munich District Court on TV." Gun Yinji sat cross-legged on the sofa with one hand on her phone and the other on her iPad. She was playing games. He Ji-chu turned on the TV to take a look and frowned slightly. There was a fight at the Munich District Court, and Seth was seriously injured and hospitalized. He Ji-chu said dryly, "Looks like we have to go to the hospital tomorrow." This was the first update, a reminder to everyone about your monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 620. Gun Yinji almost laughed out loud on the other end of the phone. She said briskly, "He deserves it. This kind of scum should be punished like this." "You think he deserves to be beaten?" "Of course." Gun Yinji raised a leg from the sofa and kicked it twice in the air. "If I were there, I would definitely kick him a few times." He Ji-chu smiled faintly. "It would be great if he really got beaten." "How could it not be true?" Gun Yinji's smile disappeared. "No way. Are they trying to escape punishment with serious injuries?" "I don't know. We'll know when we see him tomorrow." He Ji-chu said dryly. "The media is already waiting at the hospital entrance. It won't be easy for them to bail him out with serious injuries." "Bail him out with serious injuries?" Gun Yinji was shocked. "That's impossible unless he's so seriously injured he can't move." "Yeah, that's why I said I'll go to the hospital tomorrow." He Ji-chu hung up. Not long after he put down his phone, it rang again. This time, it was from his hometown. He was a bit surprised and picked it up. "Annie Chin?" It was actually Annie Chin. "Chu, your father didn't want me to tell you, but I feel like I can't hide it from you." Auntie Chin's voice trembled as she tried to hide her sobs. Your father fell in the garden yesterday, and the back of his head hit a small rock on the ground. He fainted and woke up this afternoon. He's very weak now." He Ji-chu stood up immediately, his face pale. "Hit the back of his head. Is it serious?" "Little Dr. Chin said there's a blood clot in the back of your father's head. They're discussing whether or not to operate on him." Auntie Chin's voice slowly calmed down. "Chu, do you want to come back and see him?" He Ji-chu looked at his schedule. The next few days were filled with matters for the branch office. He could let the 4 lawyers work together on the recruitment. He had already signed all the legal documents that needed to be signed. Li Haiqing's civil case had just been submitted today, and there were still 2 weeks until the court hearing, so he should have time to go back. He Ji-chu sat upright on the sofa and couldn't speak for a long time. He had never been close to his father, but regardless, he was his father. He couldn't let go of Mr. He's accident. "Chu, are you still listening?" Auntie Chin didn't hear He Ji-chu's voice for a long time, so she couldn't help but mutter, "You should come back. Ever since your mother passed away, you've been the most important person in your father's heart. Although he never says it, I know what he's thinking. No one is more important than you. Just Forgive your father. He still didn't speak, but the hand hanging by his side quietly clenched. Achu, I suspect. Auntie Chin stuttered, unable to say a word. He finally asked, Suspect what? I suspect that your father doesn't want to live anymore and wants to follow your mother. Auntie Chin's voice was very, very low, as if she was afraid others would hear her. She covered the microphone. It's not the first time I found out that he was sick and never took his medicine. When I asked him, he said he forgot. Now, he felt like this just by taking a stroll in the garden. Tell me, how is this possible? No one has ever broken his back. With so many people following him, how did he fall like this? Could someone be trying to harm him? Hijichu calmed down and walked to the window. Opening the curtains, he stared at the night sky of Munich. His eyes were dark and darker than the night. Oh, you think that's possible? Then you have to come back and investigate personally. I can't handle these outside matters. Auntie Chin's voice grew panicked. There's no other man at home right now. Achu, come back for a while. I'm very worried. Hijichu closed his eyes and pinched the spot between his brows. After some thought, he said, I'll leave right away. Auntie Chin sighed deeply, obviously relieved. Achu, it's great that you can come back. I really can't take it anymore. It's okay. Hijichu comforted Auntie Chin and hung up. He immediately checked the flight information and found that there was a flight to New York at 1 a.m. After booking the first-class ticket, Hijichu thought over the matter at hand again and called Gu Nianji. Nianji, come here. I have something to tell you. Gu Nianji had just put on a face mask and was lying on the bed studying the German dictionary. Oh, is it really something important? I'm going to sleep. Can we talk tomorrow? She was drowsy from reading and couldn't help yawning. No, Hijichu said dryly. Come here quickly. Don't be lazy. Gu Nianji made a face and climbed out of bed. Changing out of her nightgown, she put on casual clothes and walked to knock on Hijichu's door in slippers. Hijichu opened the door to let her in. Seeing that her face mask was still on, he glanced at her dryly. You can sleep like that? He exposed Gu Nianji's lie. Gu Nianji wasn't embarrassed and smiled mischievously. I can sleep after I take it off. It's very convenient. I don't need to wash it. Hijichu walked back to the coffee table and took out the schedule he had been looking at. He handed it to Gu Nianji. This is my schedule for the next 2 weeks and the case progress schedule. Take it. Gu Nianji froze and took the 2 forms from Hijichu's hands to look at them. She took off her face mask and threw it into the trash can. She turned to look at Hijichu. Under the chandelier, her skin, which had just been put on a face mask, was full of water. It was white, tender, and bouncy, like the finest white jade tofu, but it also had the gentle texture of suet jade. A pair of black eyes stared at him intently. Professor, what do you mean by this? Something happened to my father. I have to go back to see him immediately. Hijichu said it casually, but Gu Nianji could tell from his tightly clenched right hand that something was up. It probably wasn't a small matter. Gu Nianji stopped smiling and nodded seriously. Family matters. Professor, don't worry about us. My 4 colleagues and I will work hard and not embarrass you. Hijichu walked to her side and looked at her steadily. His gaze was deep and vast. It was like a starry night with a black hole hidden in it. Not only was it boundless, but it was also bottomless. Gu Nianji didn't dare look him in the eye. She instinctively looked away. Professor, do you have any other instructions? Hijichu's Adam's apple bobbed up and down. He gulped and swallowed his words. He rubbed Gu Nianji's head with his hand. Okay, it's fine. If there's something, discuss it with your colleagues. If you can't come to a decision, delay it and wait for me to come back. Gu Nianji nodded heavily. She felt the heavy responsibility on her shoulders. However, the growth of a person came from the continuous increase in responsibility. She had been in Germany for more than a month and was much more mature than when she was in school. It was the second watch, a reminder for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Moi. Oh, intersection. Oh. Chapter 6:21. I'll be back as soon as possible. Hijichu frowned, remembering that he had just said he would go to the hospital tomorrow to confirm Seth's condition. He couldn't go now, Gun Yinji hugged Hijichu's schedule and case progress chart and looked up at him. His shimmering, sultry eyes lost their cool coldness and were replaced with anxiety and guilt. Gun Yinji bit her lip. Professor, he was still worried about his father, wasn't he? What had happened? Hijichu didn't want to say, so she nodded obediently. I'll go to the hospital with Smith tomorrow to check on Seth's condition. Don't worry, Professor Hijichu curled his lips and forced a smile. I'm not worried that he won't get along well with you. Hijichu seemed to have returned to his usual tone, and Gun Yinji couldn't quite grasp what he meant. He seemed to be complimenting her, but it could also be sarcastic. Hijichu used to like to speak sarcastically, but he had gotten better recently. Was it because he was so worried about his father that he was showing his true colors and appearing harsh? It didn't matter. Gun Yinji magnanimously forgave him in her heart. Her parents were the most important thing in the world. Although Gun Yinji couldn't remember what her parents looked like, she could understand other people's feelings for their parents. Professor you're leaving tonight. Have you bought a plane ticket? Gun Yinji changed the topic and glanced around Hijichu's suite. She didn't see him packing his suitcase. Hijichu nodded slightly. I've already booked a ticket. The plane leaves at 1 a.m. He looked at his watch. There's still 3 hours. Why are you in such a hurry? Gun Yinji was surprised. Aren't you going to have your private plane pick you up? From Gun Yinji's perspective, Hijichu should be taking his private plane home. Hijichu looked down at her, his shimmering, sultry eyes sparkling. It's too slow for them to pick me up. It'll take 7 to 8 hours to fly here. I can't wait. Gun Yinji nodded. I understand. Professor is your father sick? Otherwise, why would he be in such a hurry and not even wait for his private plane? Yeah, I heard he was injured yesterday and only woke up today. Hijichu suppressed his anxiety. He might need surgery. The family can't decide. I have to go. Professor don't worry. Your father will be fine. Gun Yinji composed herself and comforted him softly. If something really happened, your family would have notified you yesterday, right? Hijichu was taken aback. He actually felt that Gun Yinji's words made sense, but he quickly pursed his lips. He didn't dare take the risk. Hijichu placed a hand on Gun Yinji's shoulder. He didn't use much strength, but it was very light. Gun Yinji didn't notice anything strange at all. Yinji, are you willing to go back with me? Hijichu's voice was still cold and indifferent, but that was only on the surface. It was like a volcano covered in snow. It was ice on the outside, but it was so hot inside that it was about to explode. Gun Yinji hadn't expected Hijichu to invite her to his home. She scratched her head and couldn't refuse him outright, so she smiled sheepishly and said, Professor how could I? Your family should be in a state of anxiety right now. Why should I go and add to the chaos? Besides, I don't want to go anywhere until the lawsuit is over. Hijichu withdrew his hand and smiled awkwardly. He hadn't expected Gun Yinji to agree to go home with him right now, but he couldn't help it. Actually, even if she agreed, he couldn't take her home now. It wasn't time yet. Because of this sudden topic, Hijichu and Gun Yinji both fell silent. No one spoke for a while. Gun Yinji felt an indescribable awkwardness in the air. She coughed softly to clear her throat. Hijichu quickly changed the topic. Yeah, school's about to start. I'll tell the school to give you internship credits. Hijichu knew that Gun Yinji took this case very seriously. She was already a master's student in the Faculty of Law, so fighting a lawsuit was good training. It was more justifiable than working as an internal law firm. Thank you, Professor Gun Yinji's eyes lit up with joy. She was worried and didn't want to go back to school. She wanted to finish the case and see Seth sentenced to life in prison to vent her anger. Hijichu patted her shoulder. Go back to sleep. We'll have to rely on you and your colleague from now on. Gun Yinji bowed deeply to Hijichu. Professor don't worry. I'll do my best to win these 2 cases. Okay, I believe you. Go back to sleep now. Hijichu turned to go back to his bedroom. Gun Yinji said to his back, Professor let me take you to the airport. No need. Hijichu walked in without looking back. I still have to talk to the other 4 people. Go back to your room. Gun Yinji could only reply with an okay and carry the 2 forms back to her room. Hijichu only called the other four assistants to tell them that he had an emergency at home and had to rush back overnight. He told them to discuss something with Gunyinji and get through the case. If it didn't work out, they would try to delay the case and wait for him to return. Hijichu estimated that he would be back for 2 weeks at most. If he was fast, he could be back in a week. He would definitely be able to make it before the civil case, so he didn't say anything. The assistants didn't mind. They were all independent lawyers in the United States, but Hijichu was better than them, so they became his assistants. If it was a one-on-one case, they were also good lawyers. Gunyinji returned to her room and changed into her pajamas. She climbed into bed and silently read the German legal articles for a while. She was so tired she couldn't open her eyes before falling asleep. Before she fell asleep, she looked out the window. The blinds weren't down, so she could see the starry sky outside. The stars twinkled in the dark blue sky, and occasionally a small red dot appeared. It was a plane flying at night. Gunyinji squinted at it for a while and wondered if that was Professor He's plane. Just as she was worrying about Hijichu's family, Gunyinji felt her eyelids grow heavier, and she slowly fell asleep. At the Munich Regional Hospital, Ramona's eyes were swollen from crying as she waited outside the operating room. Her bruised and swollen son, Seth, was inside receiving first aid. Several tall police officers stood at the door, expressionless and motionless. This was the treatment for serious criminals. Although Seth's case hadn't been concluded yet, the negative impact meant that he would be heavily guarded wherever he was. Gunyinji woke up the next day to discover it was already past 9 in the morning. Hijichu had been calling her at 7 every morning recently to wake her up and have breakfast with her. She was already used to it. No one woke her up today, so she actually overslept. Luckily, she didn't need to go to court today. Gunyinji sat up in bed and thought that habit was a scary thing. After washing up, she went to the dining room in the lobby for breakfast. Halfway there, she called Smith to ask when it was convenient for him to go to the hospital to check on Seth. Hijichu had already told Smith about this the day before. Smith's lazy voice came from the phone. "Gu, have you had breakfast? If you have, we can leave now." He had woken up a long time ago. Recently, he had been running between the law firm branch and the hotel. He was almost twice as busy as other people, so he was used to sleeping late and waking up early. Gunyinji quickly said, "I just finished eating. Shall we leave now?" "Okay, where are you?" Smith picked up his briefcase. "I'm going to the hospital first, then to the branch." "What about you?" Gunyinji thought about it and unconsciously stirred the spoon in her coffee cup. "I'm going to the hospital first, then come back and organize the recent court records." Smith nodded and thought to himself that she was indeed a very hard-working and smart student. No wonder Professor, he cherished her so much. As they spoke, Smith had already arrived at the dining room downstairs and saw Gunyinji stand up from the table. She was wearing a heavy navy blue silk dress with split sleeves that revealed her delicate white arms. On her left wrist was a nondescript watch. However, Smith was also from an old family in the United States known as Old Money, so he had seen many good things. He was attracted to her watch with just one glance. It was a simple and elegant design, but the details were exquisite and luxurious. It was obvious that it was a custom-made watch that couldn't be bought with money. When he walked closer, he saw that it was Bulgari, the king of mechanical watches. He froze. Since when did Bulgari have a custom-made watch? When he looked at Gunyinji again, the look in his eyes changed. Compared to his casual teasing before, there was now a hint of careful friendliness. It gave off a completely different vibe. Gunyinji was also a smart person. When Smith walked over and glanced at her wrist, his attitude completely changed. She saw it clearly, but didn't say anything. She acted like she didn't know. She carried her Chanel Luboy bag and wore a large, wide-brimmed sun hat with a net. She smiled faintly as she walked beside Smith. They continued to talk quietly, but Smith became even more respectful toward her. He maintained his composure and composure. When they walked out of the hotel, Smith called for their private car to take them directly to the Munich Regional Hospital. The hospital was located in an old castle. It had a pointed tower and small windows. White curtains covered half of the windows. Every window had a small flower bed with rose red and bright purple morning glories, which covered the entire windowsill. Gunyinji got out of the car and squinted at the castle-like hospital in front of her. She laughed lightly. How old is this hospital? The color is a bit eerie. Moss grew at the bottom of the mottled stone walls, and even the steps were in their original state. Smith searched on his phone. This castle has a history of over 200 years, but it's only been a hospital for a few decades. It was completely renovated in the last decade, so the inside should be no different from other hospitals. This was the first update, a reminder to everyone about your monthly and recommendation votes. Chapter 622. Gunyinji looked up at the densely packed, small windows. Every single one looked like a prison. She nodded and followed Smith through the hospital doors. He showed his ID at the information counter at the door and asked for Seth's room number. Seth is on the 3rd floor, room 147. A chubby nurse handed the visitor's pass to Smith. Smith was a rare blonde and blue-eyed handsome man. He winked at the chubby nurse, who looked like she was about to faint, and happily pointed to the elevator. Gunyinji shook her head with a smile and turned to walk up the stairs with Smith. It was only the 3rd floor, so they didn't need to take the elevator. As soon as they reached the hallway on the 3rd floor, Seth's parents, York and Ramona, walked toward them. Smith and Gunyinji both stopped. Ramona was furious as soon as she saw them. "What are you doing here? My son was almost beaten to death. Are you happy now? Satisfied?" Foreigners really had unreasonable double standards. Gunyinji silently cursed them. She stood to the side and didn't say a word. She left the situation to Smith. Smith was also a very humorous person, and he hated scum like Seth to the core. He shrugged exaggeratedly and spread his hands. "He didn't die? What a shame." Gunyinji burst out laughing, and her shoulders shook. She quickly averted her gaze so she wouldn't be embarrassed to see Ramona's angry expression and laugh like a female toad. Perhaps it was Smith's blonde appearance that kept Ramona and York from acting rashly, but they couldn't stand seeing Gunyinji laugh uncontrollably. "What are you laughing at? You still have the face to laugh. If anything happens to my son, I... Ramona glared at Gunyinji. Her huge body was as heavy as 4 Gunyinjis. She walked over with pressure that couldn't be underestimated. Gunyinji covered her mouth with the back of her hand to clear her throat and stop laughing. She looked at the aggressive Ramona again, and her expression had already cooled. Her clear voice was the same as Hijichu's. "What do you want? Are you threatening the lawyer? Fine, bring it on." Gunyinji raised her hand and waved her phone at Ramona. "Did you see this? Now let's start the video recording. Everything you say will be used as evidence in court to prove that you threatened the lawyer. If anything happens to me, you'll be the first suspect." Ramona was so angry that her entire body was shaking. Her face, which was already red, turned purple, as if all the blood in her body had rushed to her face. You. She pointed a trembling finger at Gunyinji, but she was frightened by her phone and didn't dare to speak again. Not far behind them, a few police officers heard the commotion and looked over. York furrowed his brows tightly. He grabbed Ramona's wrist and pulled her away. Gunyinji turned sideways and glanced at the couple through the veil of her sun hat. At that moment, York happened to turn around. His gloomy eyes were like a venomous snake's as he looked at Gunyinji. Gunyinji narrowed her eyes and snorted softly. Turning around, she walked to Seth's room with Smith. When they arrived at the door of Seth's room, Smith showed his ID and the visitor pass the nurse had given him. He said elegantly in German, "We are the plaintiff's lawyers." The defendant was beaten and hospitalized. "This is a serious matter, so we have to investigate it." This was permitted by law. The 2 police officers guarding the room didn't have a good impression of Seth, so they didn't stop them at all. They pushed open the door and let Smith and Gunyinji in. Gunyinji followed Smith into Seth's room. Although the hospital building was an old castle, the room's interior was no different from that of a normal hospital. White hospital beds, clean equipment, and elegantly designed sofas, tables, and chairs. It was a very high-standard room. Unfortunately, the patient lying on the bed was filthy inside and out. Smith stood in front of Seth's bed and looked at his condition. Seth's eyes were closed, and both his hands were cuffed to the bed. His face was bruised and swollen, and his forehead was wrapped in gauze. One of his legs was in a splint. Gunyinji slowly moved over to look at Seth's suspended leg. "What's wrong with his leg?" The nurse who came to change the dressing said in broken English. "Fracture." "Really?" Gunyinji wanted to ask someone to remove the splint to take a look, but seeing the nurse's cautious expression, she didn't make such an unreasonable request. Instead, she clenched her fist and viciously punched Seth's suspended leg. "Ah!" Seth screamed and opened his eyes to start cursing. His eyes were bloodshot, and his face was covered in a beard that hadn't been shaved for many days. He looked like a wild man and was somewhat frightening. Smith quickly shielded Gunyinji behind him. The nurse walked over to look at the splint on Seth's leg. After making sure it was fine, she said to Gunyinji stiffly, "The patient needs rest. Please leave his room." Gunyinji was worried that Seth was faking an injury to avoid legal punishment, so she had purposely tested to see if his leg injury was real. A simple knock was enough to make him hurt like a pig being slaughtered, so it was probably real. Gunyinji didn't think that Seth, who was as simple-minded as a single-celled paramecium, could fake it so well. Although she had confirmed that Seth's injury wasn't fake, Gunyinji was still a bit upset at the nurse's scolding. In her heart, criminals like Seth had no human rights. She didn't want to treat him like a human because he didn't treat others like humans. When he tortured and killed Li Haiqing, the pain was 100 times worse than Gunyinji's knock on his injured leg. As expected, he was the only one who could torture and kill others, and he would cry when someone touched a finger of his. This kind of double standard deserved to die. Gunyinji became stubborn and said coldly to the nurse, "The lawyer has something to ask the doctor. Please ask your attending doctor to come out." The nurse was originally very protective of Seth and had a tough attitude, but Gunyinji's attitude was even more arrogant than hers, so the nurse couldn't help but cower. She took 2 steps back and stammered, "Doctor." "Yes." Gunyinji finally took off her sun hat and turned it in her hand. "Get the doctor here. Hurry." Her voice wasn't loud, but it carried a faint sense of authority. The nurse's shoulders drooped as she jogged out of the room. A moment later, a doctor with a stethoscope around his neck hurried in. Smith had both hands in his trouser pockets and was also very unhappy with the nurse's attitude. Now that the doctor had come in, Smith didn't need Gunyinji to say anything. He said stiffly with a straight face, "We are the plaintiff's lawyers. According to the law, we want to ask you questions. Please answer carefully." It was the second watch, a reminder for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Moi. Oh, intersectioners for intersection. Oh. Chapter 6:23. The doctor in the white robe nodded coldly. "It's my duty. Ask away." Smith glanced at Gunyinji. Gunyinji took out the questionnaire she had prepared and asked the doctor every question. "May I ask who your patient is?" "Seth, sent here from a Munich district court last night." "What illness does he have?" "Injuries from a fight. He has a 2nd-degree concussion, a bruised eye, damaged vision in his left eye, and is nearly blind. His left calf is fractured, and his arm also has different degrees of fractures." The doctor spoke in German. Gunyinji had been studying German for over a month, and it finally came in handy. However, she still didn't quite understand many of the medical terms, so Smith translated from the side for her to get the gist. "What a pity. Why didn't she just kill him?" Gunyinji and Smith both sighed. The doctor was speechless. After memorizing what the doctor said, Gunyinji passed the questionnaire to the doctor. "Take a look. If there are no mistakes, please sign at the bottom." The doctor was stunned and looked up at her as if he had never signed something like this before. Smith often did this in the United States. He pointed to the signature area. "Here, we'll leave after you sign it." The doctor looked at Smith suspiciously again and carefully read the questionnaire from beginning to end twice before signing his name at the bottom. Handing the questionnaire back to Gunyinji, he looked at her again before walking to Seth's bed and bending over to check on his injuries. Seth was still wailing, his voice hoarse and unpleasant to listen to. Gunyinji put away the questionnaire and didn't want to stay there a moment longer. "Smith, let's go." Gunyinji gave Smith a look. Smith nodded and didn't say goodbye to the doctor before leaving Seth's room with Gunyinji. When they got into the car, Gunyinji asked Smith, "What do you think about Seth's injuries?" Smith smiled nonchalantly. "It doesn't matter if he's telling the truth or not. With us watching, he could forget about getting bail." The doctor had signed the form, and if he had falsified it, he would be punished by the law. Gunyinji was relieved. She crossed her arms and closed her eyes to rest in the back seat. For the first time, she felt a little lonely. Come to think of it, although her memories started from the age of 12, she had either Hua Xiao or Professor He by her side for the past 7 years. These were two men who could give her a sense of security. Of course, she trusted Hua Xiaoheng more and felt more at ease. She could tell that He Zhichu was still holding back. Realizing what she was thinking, Gunyinji frowned slightly. Her emotions surged for no reason as she recalled that He Zhichu had already left Germany. Although Hua Xiao was in Germany, she didn't know where to find him. But if he was in Germany, he would know that she was here too. Li Haiqing's case caused a sensation throughout Germany, and the plaintiff's legal team that was specially invited from the United States was in the limelight. Although Gunyinji didn't appear in the video, anyone familiar with her would be able to recognize the female lawyer's voice. She felt that Hua Xiao probably knew she was in Germany. However, he hadn't come to look for her recently. Perhaps it was because the mission was highly confidential. In Seth's room, after Gunyinji and the others left, the doctor came over to remove the splint on his left leg to take a look. The wound on his left leg was swollen and looked frightening. Seth stopped crying and only glared at the doctor. He said hoarsely, "It hurts so much. Can you prescribe me some painkillers?" "Painkillers?" The doctor turned his head and rolled his eyes at him. "If I hadn't made a cut on your leg, you would have shown your weakness today." Those American lawyers are very shrewd. Do you know what the consequences will be if they find out that your injury isn't that serious? "I don't care what the consequences are." Seth clenched his teeth and punched the bed. "I want to tear that woman apart. She's so hateful. You should stay put. Your parents went through a lot of trouble to get you out of the detention center. Listen to them and don't cause any more trouble." As the doctor spoke, he called the nurse in to change Seth's dressing and give him a sedative so he could sleep for a while. Although Seth's injury wasn't as serious as it was written on the medical record, he was indeed injured, and the beatings weren't fake. In order to make it look real, they went all out and beat Seth up for real. Of course, they avoided the important parts and only hit the areas with thick skin and flesh. They made him look like he was bruised and swollen to fool others. After Gunyinji and Smith left the hospital, Smith first sent Gunyinji back to the Hilton Hotel before taking a car to the law firm branch for a meeting. The other 3 lawyers were already waiting there. Alone in the hotel room, Gunyinji organized the court record from the past few days and filled in the gaps. At the same time, she looked up information for the civil case and wrote a defense statement. She worked until late into the night and felt hungry, so she raised her hand to look at her watch. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening. She wanted to text Ma Chi-Chi and call her to have a good chat. But at this time, it was 5 a.m. in the Huaxia Empire, so Ma Chi-Chi must still be sleeping. Calling her was out of the question. Gunyinji was excited and opened the instant messaging app on her phone to send Ma Chi-Chi a text. "Nianzi is here. Chi-Chi, are you still sleeping? I miss you so much. Do you miss me?" After sending the text, she knew Ma Chi-Chi wouldn't reply immediately, so she put the phone down. The next day, Ma Chi-Chi replied to her message. "AI Meng Chi-Chi the best. Nianji, are you there?" "Nianji is here. Yes, Chi-Chi." "What's up? AI Meng Chi-Chi the best. Nianji, when are you coming back? School has started, and today is the first class meeting. Everyone is talking about you. Nianzi is here, talking about me? What's there to talk about?" The case has been delayed by the court for a long time, and the civil case is still scheduled. It's a long story. AI Meng Chi-Chi the best. Huh? How could it be like this? These Germans, they're too two-faced. Nianzi is here. They're indeed two-faced. They're all a bunch of double-minded dogs. The two of them cursed the Germans for double-mindedness in unison. They said they flaunted their universal human rights, but in the end, they couldn't even bring justice to a foreigner's murder. They were all T. Gun Yinji followed Ma Chi-Chi and scolded them to her heart's content. She felt much better. For the next few days, Gun Yinji stayed alone in the hotel to organize the court records from the past few days. She repeatedly reviewed the case information provided by the police and even imagined herself as the defendant's lawyer. She learned how to defend the defendant, then stood in the plaintiff's lawyer's position and attacked the argument she found. Every time she reviewed it, she learned something new and discovered something new. In this almost schizophrenic work environment, she forgot about the passage of time. Her days were fulfilling and busy. Gun Yinji really liked this kind of life. The only drawback was that Hua Xiaoheng wasn't by her side. She missed him more and more every day, but she had no one to tell. Every time someone called, her heart would beat wildly. But when she picked up, it wasn't him. It was another night. Gun Yinji had already gone to bed and drifted off to sleep. She heard her phone ring. She instinctively grabbed it and swiped it open to see that it was another message from Ma Chi-Chi. AI Meng Chi-Chi the best. Yinji, when are you coming back? Gun Yinji rubbed her eyes and held her phone as she lay on the bed to reply to Ma Chi-Chi. I'll be back after the lawsuit is over. I'll have to wait until the results of the first trial are out. AI Meng Chi-Chi the best. These Germans are so annoying. Can dragging it out solve the problem? They're all ostriches. They think that if they bury their heads in the sand, people won't see their ugly butts. I'm so happy. Ha ha. Chi-Chi, you're so good at talking. They chatted for a while before Ma Chi-Chi went to class. Gun Yinji was completely awake and was about to get up to read some more when she received another text. She had never seen the sender's number before. The message was also very simple. There was only one sentence. Did you receive the scarf? Gun Yinji's heart couldn't stop pounding. Her hand was shaking so badly that her fingers didn't listen to her. She made a few mistakes when she typed. After trying a few times, she typed, "Who are you?" The other side was silent for a while, then sent a smiling emoji. "What do you think?" Then he reminded her, "Don't tell anyone. You understand." Gun Yinji nodded furiously. Tears suddenly welled up in her eyes. Her chest was filled with an indescribable emotion. She pressed the phone to her chest and closed her eyes. It was like Hua Xiaoheng was right beside her. She tried to call the number and found that it was not in service. Just as she was feeling confused, she received another text. "It's not convenient for me to call." "Don't call." Then he must have seen her call. Gun Yinji nodded repeatedly. Although the other side couldn't see, she still apologized very carefully and sent a message. "Okay, be careful." The other side was silent for a while before replying. "I miss you." Gun Yinji's tears were about to come out. She quickly looked up and forced the tears back. He wasn't by her side, so who was she crying for? She would probably get used to not crying. Gun Yinji's fingers rubbed the phone for a long time before replying. "Me too." The other side also waited for a while before replying. "I want to see you." "Are you free tomorrow?" Yes. Gun Yinji replied in a hurry. Her fingers weren't nimble anymore. She typed a few wrong words, deleted them, and changed them again before finally sending the 3 words. Not to mention that she was fine. Even if she had to be fine. She remembered seeing the weather forecast that it would rain tomorrow. But so what if it rained? Even if it was a knife or a bomb, she would still go. No one could stop her from seeing the person she loved. The other side paused again and sent a small hug emoji. "Okay, come to the Konig Sea in the Alps at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. I'll wait for you." Gun Yinji replied without hesitation. "Be there or be square." There was no more message from the other side, but Gun Yinji was too excited to sleep. This was the first update, a reminder to everyone for their monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 624. Gun Yinji picked up her iPad and began searching for information about the Konig Sea, which was a 2-hour drive from Munich. Beautiful pictures appeared on the iPad. It turned out that the lake was left behind by glacial erosion during the Ice Age. It was a long and narrow waterway between the towering Alps. The lake water was so clear it was a light jade color. It was the bright green flower on a top-quality jade bracelet that wrapped around the mountains like a jade belt. A thin mist floated in the autumn morning, and not far away, the Alps were covered in snow. The forest between the mountains was red and yellow, like a picturesque painting. It made the conic sea look like a fairyland. Gun Yinji rested her chin on her hands as she laid on the bed to look at the beautiful scenery. She couldn't help blushing. She was going to see Hua Xiao tomorrow. She bought him a Zippo lighter just in time to bring it to him. Munich Regional Hospital stood quietly in the darkness in the same night. The moon in the sky was beautiful and wrapped around the earth like a veil. There were also twinkling stars that dotted the night sky. However, not many people walked around the hospital. The 18th century stone pavement reflected the moonlight and appeared mottled blue. The middle of the night was the time when people were the most sleepy, and the two police officers in front of Seth's room were sprawled on the bench by the door, snoring from time to time, making the hospital seem even quieter at night. Amidst the tranquility of the night, several bird cries suddenly rang out. It was very abrupt. Seth, who should have been sleeping soundly, suddenly opened his eyes and looked around. There was no one else in the room except for him. The window was ajar with only white gauze curtains. The wind blew in, bringing with it the humidity of the night sky. The white gauze curtains billowed like waves. The weather forecast said there would be heavy rain the next day. Not long after, the birds chirped again, this time 5 times in a row. Seth's hands were originally handcuffed to the bed, but the ends of the handcuffs were connected to the bed railings. It wasn't too long, but it wasn't too short either. It allowed him to raise his arms slightly, but it couldn't be too far from the bed railings. He turned over and pushed the pillow away with his head. With the moonlight shining through the window, he saw a key under the pillow. She moved her head over step by step, picked up the key with her mouth, and sat up. Then, she turned over and sat up. She bent down and matched the key with her mouth a few times before putting it into the handcuff's keyhole. He clenched his teeth and turned it slightly. With a click, the handcuff on his right hand was finally unlocked. Seth glared hatefully at the handcuffs that restricted his movements and threw them on the ground. Then, with the key in his right hand, he unlocked the left handcuff as well. With his arm free, he swung his arm that had been handcuffed for several days. Then, he got up and untied his leg from the sling. The injury on his leg was not a fracture at all. It was just a cut made with a knife. Although it was extremely painful at the time, he hated the doctor who suggested it. But when he saw that the other party's lawyer came and confirmed his injury, he stopped cursing. He also had to take off the splint on his leg and change into the sneakers that he had placed under the bed. He pulled open the curtains and jumped out of the half-open window. Seth's room was on the 3rd floor. It wasn't too high from the ground, but it wasn't too low either. There was a zigzag staircase that led to the 1st floor from the window of his room. It was originally one of the fire escape routes that the hospital had installed according to regulations. His stepfather, York, had purposely arranged for him to stay here for this convenience. Seeing that the first trial could not be delayed any longer and that the trial would be broadcasted live, it was very likely that he would not be acquitted and would definitely be sent to jail. However, Seth didn't want to go to jail at all, and his stepfather didn't want his authority to be challenged either, so he thought of this. Although he would become a fugitive, it was better than being locked up in jail for the rest of his life. Besides, if he left Germany, the case would drag on indefinitely, and he might not even be a fugitive. He walked down the metal railing of the zigzag staircase. His footsteps hurried. When he reached the last step, he saw a duffel bag in the corner next to the staircase. It was for him. He knew that his mother had secretly told him this when she came to visit him a few days ago. Seth opened it and saw a change of clothes, a car key, a passport with a different name, and a wallet. There was a lot of cash in the wallet, as well as a few new bank cards. They weren't in his name or his parents' names, so he didn't have to worry about being discovered when he withdrew the money. With this passport, he could go to any country in the European Union without having to worry about visas. Seth quickly took off the hospital gown and changed into the clothes in the duffel bag. Then he slung the duffel bag on his back and quickly walked out with the car key in his hand. In the lobby of the hospital, several nurses were on the night shift. The lights were bright, and there were security guards at the door. Seth turned around the corner and turned back to look at the castle-like hospital building. He sneered and walked out without looking back. A black SUV was parked not far from the hospital, almost blending into the night. Seth knew that was the car prepared for him. He took out the car key from the duffel bag and pressed it a few times to open the car door remotely. Just as he was about to walk over, he suddenly saw a few men in black walking out from behind the trees on the side of the road and standing beside the SUV. The men in black were all wearing sunglasses. They were tall and muscular, and it was obvious that they weren't good people. Just by standing there, they sent chills down Seth's spine. Seth's heart skipped a beat. He took 2 steps back and turned to run. But when he turned around, he saw a few identical men in black and sunglasses walking over from behind him. The men in black came from the front and back and surrounded him solemnly. Seth's legs trembled uncontrollably, and he almost knelt on the ground. He looked at the men in black and asked, "Who are you?" These men in black looked at him silently. No one spoke and no one moved. They were like statues. Seth's legs turned to jelly, and he fell to the ground. At that moment, 2 crisp slaps came from behind the men in black. A few of the black-clothed men moved to make way for a path. Seth's eyes widened as he saw a voluptuous woman with long, straight hair, a round face, and Prada floating cloud sunglasses walk over. Beside her was Seth's stepfather, York. Thank God. Seth drew a cross in front of his chest and instantly felt strength return to his legs. He pushed himself up and called out, "Father." York nodded at him but didn't say anything. Instead, he stood to the side with a gloomy expression. The lenses of the Prada floating cloud sunglasses were large and round, and they covered half of her face. In the dark, Seth couldn't make out what the woman looked like at all. It was a second watch, a reminder for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Moi. Oh, interesting. Oh. Chapter 6:25. The woman in the Prada floating cloud sunglasses looked at him for a while, then raised her hands and clapped in the air. The men in black surrounding them dispersed and stood in the 4 directions of north, south, east, and west with their backs to them and looking straight ahead. Seth was confused and didn't know what the woman wanted. He looked inquiringly at his stepfather, only to find that even his stepfather, who had absolute power in Roslau, seemed to have to bow and listen to this woman. Who the hell was this woman? Seth pondered in his heart. Soon, the woman began to speak. Her voice was low, and her German pronunciation wasn't very accurate, but her grammar was correct. She must have studied hard. She asked Seth, "You're Seth?" "Yes." Seth nodded and looked at his stepfather again, but he still had his head lowered and stood respectfully beside the woman like a subordinate. "I heard that you were tortured badly by that female lawyer from the Xia Empire." The woman's voice was amused. Seth could see clearly now. Although she was wearing large sunglasses that covered half her face, he could tell that the woman was Chinese. She was the same race as the female lawyer and the Xia Empire female exchange student he killed. Seth became alert, unsure of what the woman wanted. "Do you want revenge?" The woman asked softly without waiting for Seth to speak. Seth's head shot up, and he stared at the woman carefully, wanting to know what she meant. "Are you serious?" Seth's stepfather nodded, his voice heavy and gloomy. "Of course this lady is serious. Seth, you can't let that female lawyer go." Seth snorted and said stiffly, "If she falls into my hands, I'll make sure she's in trouble." But he changed the topic. "I want to escape, so I'll have to trouble Father to take care of the matter of revenge. I can't let that be *TCH, have it easy." He waved his fists, and the sound was a bit loud, clearly echoing in the night sky. The woman quickly coughed and covered her mouth with the back of her hand. She mumbled, "Tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock by the Königssee. That female lawyer will be waiting there alone. Our people will capture her, and then you can do whatever you want to her." As she spoke, the woman opened her palm to reveal a small silver syringe. "What is this? Is it a drug?" Seth's eyes shone with lust as he recalled Gunyinji's curvaceous figure. He couldn't help but gulp. Using drugs to control women was a common trick of the underworld. "Drugs?" Hee hee, this is much more powerful than drugs. The woman closed her palm and held the silver syringe. She said meaningfully, "This is called H3AB7. Watch it carefully. Someone will bring it to you tomorrow." With that, the woman turned and walked away swiftly, leaving Seth's stepfather, York, standing there. Seth stared at the woman's retreating back in bewilderment for a while before turning to his stepfather. "Father, is this true?" York nodded solemnly. "Seth, go to the Connexie tomorrow and take that female lawyer away. I won't let any of these people who attacked us off." Seth was relieved to hear his stepfather say that. He was dubious about what the strange woman had just said. After all, it was their first time meeting. Wasn't it a little too good to ask her to help him deal with that female lawyer? Why are they going against that female lawyer? Seth asked York in confusion. Did she sue them too? York looked at him meaningfully. Their grudge with her is much deeper than ours. They're using someone else to do their dirty work, and we're just taking advantage of it. They promised me that as long as you can kill that female lawyer, they'll help you go to the United States to change your appearance and obtain a legal identity. Really? Seth was overjoyed. He'd originally wanted to escape to North Africa, but that place was relatively poor and backward. There were only a few large cities that people could live in, so it was obviously not as prosperous and lively as the United States. They're very resourceful, and their influence is beyond our imagination. You were able to escape this time because they were pulling the strings behind the scenes. York was obviously very trusting of the woman. Also, even if they're bluffing, the money they offered is real. Money? Seth looked at York in confusion. How much? $100 million to buy that female lawyer's life, as well as give you a legal identity and help you go to the United States. York looked at Seth calmly. I've already deposited €5 million in your bank account. Seth's heart blossomed with joy when he heard that he had €5 million to spend. Regardless of whether the promised American identity would be successful, the money had already been transferred to their bank account. Also, he hated Gunyinji to the core, so the offer was exactly what he wanted. He'd originally wondered if the other party had purposely set a trap to harm him, but on second thought, if that was the case, why would they think of ways to help him escape from prison? Wouldn't that be an unnecessary move? Therefore, he was still inclined to believe that the other party wanted to use someone else to do their dirty work. His entire life had been ruined by those two Huaxia Imperial B** cheese anyway, so he was willing to be their weapon. Also, the other party had paid a high price, so wasn't this a mutual agreement? Seth thought it through and nodded confidently. Okay, no problem. I'll kill that female lawyer tomorrow. He couldn't help but think of that milky white and delicate skin. Seth licked his scarlet, cracked lips, and chuckled. After giving his instructions, York also left. Seth got into the SUV parked on the side of the road alone. The car was fully refueled, and there was plenty of food and purified water in the car, enough for him to drive south to Italy. He'd originally wanted to hide in North Africa for a while through Italy, but the woman had promised to help him go to the United States if he could deal with the female lawyer. Of course, he didn't have to go to Italy. He couldn't stay in Germany for now anyway. With a cold expression, Seth inserted the key and started the car, driving into the endless night. Turning onto the highway from Munich to Italy, Seth's mood finally relaxed. After being locked up for 2 months, he was about to go crazy. If he had to spend the rest of his life in prison, he'd rather die. There weren't many cars on the highway in the middle of the night, and he was the only one driving steadily. Occasionally, some 18-wheeler would speed past him. After driving for a while, Seth got bored and turned on the radio to listen to music. Suddenly, he saw an SUV speeding up from behind in the rearview mirror. It slowed down in the lane on his left, almost shoulder to shoulder with him, and then got closer and closer. Seth was furious. They were trying to force him to stop. He slammed on the accelerator, wanting to rush to the front. However, as his car sped up, the car next to him sped up as well, showing no signs of slowing down. Seeing that he was about to collide with the car in front of him, Seth slammed on the brakes in fear. The wheels made a long screeching sound, and his SUV finally slowed down. The car on his left also screeched and slowed down. Seth was angry, but he didn't dare to speed up anymore. He silently drove to the Königssee, a 2-hour drive south of Munich. The Königssee was in the small town of Berchtesgaden on the border between Germany and Austria. It was the most beautiful lake near the Alps. Seth had been there many times, but this was the most exciting time. When he reached the small town near the Königssee, Seth had no intention of staying at a hotel. He parked his car in a shady area near the Königssee and got out of the car in a huff. The SUV that had been following him also stopped and parked behind his car without hesitation. Seth walked over and knocked on the car window. "Friend, you did this on purpose, didn't you?" The car window slid down, and a man wearing sunglasses appeared. He opened his palm to reveal a silver syringe and smiled. "You know me, right? I'm here to help you. If it weren't for us, would you have been able to escape from the hospital?" Seth realized that this was the person that the woman had mentioned would come to help him. He looked into the car and saw that there was another person inside, but his head was lowered and he was fast asleep on his side. "Are you worried that I can't handle her alone?" Seth snorted. "I can strangle that woman with one arm. No worries, but we have to keep an eye on her." The man didn't get out of the car. He took out a cigarette and lit it to take a drag. It's a big deal, after all, and that person is extremely cunning. If she has help, I can help you in secret. They had sent 2 people this time. Half of it was to monitor Seth, and the other half was to prevent Gunyinji from playing tricks. Seth was shocked. "Didn't you say she was the only one who came?" "Probably, but what if?" The man was very cautious. "We don't want to take any risks." He only wanted to see her die with his own eyes, in the most miserable and shameful way possible. This was his boss's order. He didn't know what kind of hatred their boss, a petite woman, had for her to use such vicious methods against her. The man shook the ash off his cigarette and didn't say anything else. Seth thought about it and nodded. "Then I'll go back and sleep for a while. Keep an eye on her and call me when it's time." The man knew that Seth was a simple-minded person who only knew how to act rashly, so he didn't mind and grunted as he stared at the nearby lake. Time passed quickly, and soon the first light of dawn broke. Sunlight pierced through the clouds and shone on the turquoise surface of the Königssee, causing it to glow like gold. But soon, a dark cloud floated over from the horizon and blocked the sunlight. The person in the SUV behind Seth wasn't asleep. He had been staring blankly at a crooked willow tree not far in front of them. This was the place where the female lawyer would appear. Seth had been running for his life the entire night. At first, he was too nervous and didn't feel sleepy, but when he stopped at the Königssee, he became extremely sleepy. He laid down the car seat and slept soundly until someone knocked on his window. "Wake up, it's almost 10. This was the first watch. A reminder for your monthly votes and recommendation votes." Chapter 626. Seth shuddered and woke up with a start. The first thing he did was look at his watch to see that the hour hand was already pointing at 10 o'clock. He turned to look outside the window and saw that it was indeed bright outside. The person outside the car saw that he was awake and left to return to his SUV. His other companion in the car was also awake and was adjusting the radio tracking device, the cell phone signal blocking device, and a fake cell phone signal base station. At 10 o'clock sharp, Gunyinji arrived at the Königssee in the luxurious car that Ijichu had booked. She got out of the car and thanked the driver. She told him to go back and promised that she would call him when he picked her up. The driver thought that Gunyinji was here for a vacation and didn't think much of it. He smiled and introduced a few scenic spots, as well as some of the more famous restaurants in the small town of Berchtesgaden. Gunyinji memorized everything and waved at the driver with a smile as she watched him leave. After the driver drove away, Gunyinji looked back at the scenery around the Königssee. She had looked at pictures on her iPad all night yesterday and thought that she was already familiar with the scenic spots. However, when she actually saw it, she realized that the scenery here was even more beautiful than the pictures. That was rare. Due to the rise of Photoshop technology, pictures nowadays could no longer reflect the truth. She didn't expect that there would be a place where the scenery was even more beautiful than the pictures. Gunyinji stretched out her hands and spread them out beside her. She took a deep breath in satisfaction. Although it wasn't the Black Forest oxygen bar in Frankfurt, the oxygen content in the air didn't seem to be any worse than the Black Forest. There was also the Conic Sea right in front of her. The water was so clear that she could see the fish and stones at the bottom of the lake. The light blue water, the tender green grass, the towering trees, the alternating red and yellow leaves, and the mountains piled up with layers of snow. The scenery was so beautiful that no one would have any distracting thoughts. There were many tourists by the lake, but no one made a lot of noise. Everyone seemed to be subdued by the unparalleled beauty and held their breath. Many people were busy taking pictures from all angles with their cameras. Although there were many people, the lake between the mountains still appeared peaceful and tranquil. Gunyinji walked around and saw the bustling crowd. There were many private cars parked nearby, and she secretly wondered which one was Hua Xiaoying's. Seth sat in the car and saw Gunyinji's slender figure in the distance. Today, she was wearing a dark purple sportswear that she often wore when she went on a trip. She was wearing the same color sweatpants, snow-white Coach sneakers, and carrying a small bucket bag. Judging by the logo, it should be a Hermes brand. She stood gracefully under the crooked willow tree by the lake, wearing a pair of Prada floating cloud sunglasses. The weather was a little hot. She tilted her head, and something on her ear flashed a colorful halo, making her look like a person in a painting. She was so beautiful that she didn't look like a real person. Seth swallowed again. His throat felt a little tight, and his lower body immediately stiffened. Just as he was about to open the door and get out of the car, the person in the car behind him came over and said to him, "Wait in the car. We'll bring her over." Seth looked over and saw that the man had a woman in a dress with him. The two men walked to the left and right of Gunyinji. There were more and more tourists, and the best viewing spot started to get crowded. Of course, no matter how crowded it wasn't to the point of being crowded. It was just more people than most places in Germany. Gunyinji turned to look at the lake and wondered which direction Hua Xiaoheng would come from. In the silence, she saw a man wearing sunglasses and a woman in a dress hugging each other as they walked over from behind her from the reflection of the lake. It was obvious that they were a couple. Gunyinji smiled and stepped aside. She didn't want to stand in the way of the couple. As a result, the couple looked at each other and walked in her direction. Gunyinji wasn't used to being so close to strangers, but she couldn't step away anymore. If she did, she would fall into the lake. She hesitated and was about to turn around to walk back when the man behind her suddenly raised his arm like lightning. A cold light flashed in his palm, and a silver-white syringe was stabbed into her back. Gunyinji felt a sharp pain in her back, like she had been stung by a hornet. She instantly realized that she had been tricked. That text message wasn't from Hua Xiaoying. Similarly, Hua Xiaoying couldn't have sent those scars to her, right? Someone had set up a trap. There was a traitor in the Special Operations Forces. Hua Xiaoheng was in danger. In a flash, Gunyinji had already figured out the cause and effect, but she couldn't support herself anymore. Her vision darkened, and her body went limp as she was about to fall to the ground. The moment she fainted, she wasn't worried about her own safety, but Hua Xiaoheng. The woman beside the man quickly walked over and wrapped her arm around her shoulders. Half supporting and half carrying her, she hurriedly brought her to Seth's car. The man also followed them and looked around cautiously. The surrounding tourists were still immersed in the beautiful scenery, and most of them were taking photos and videos with their phones. There were also a few people who happened to capture Gunyinji's situation with their phones. Of course, at this time, they didn't know what had happened, so they didn't care. In their footage, a beautiful Chinese-American girl was looking at the scenery by the lake, and then a man and a woman came over. They seemed to be meeting friends, and she was so excited that her legs went limp, and she was half supported and half carried away by her girlfriend. The two of them stuffed the fainted Gunyinji into Seth's car, and Seth was so excited that he wanted to pounce on her. The couple quickly grabbed him and didn't allow him to act recklessly. "Hurry up and leave. Do you want to be caught red-handed here?" The man felt that Seth was simply an animal in heat, a literal animal. He didn't have any human qualities at all. Not only did he have no shame, but he also had no brain. There were so many people here, but he actually wanted to have sex with that female lawyer. He wasn't just any normal kind of brainless. The man pushed Seth away with a dark expression and got into his car. He growled in a low voice, "Hurry up and drive." Seth chuckled and knew he was too impatient. He quickly started the car and quickly drove away. The woman returned to her own car, started it, and followed Seth's car. They sped as fast as lightning and soon reached the Alps. The mountain roads were rugged and narrow, and only 2 cars could pass each other. Also, there were very few people here at this time, so if something happened, it would be easy to kill someone and dump their body. Seth's heart itched uncontrollably in the driver's seat. He held the steering wheel and kept looking back at the unconscious Gunyinji. He asked the man sitting next to him, "Did that B7 you gave her really work?" It was the second watch. Just a reminder, there were recommendation votes and monthly votes. Mwah. Chapter 6:27. Seth was skeptical of the man's words. Of course. The man was very confident in H3 of 7. A woman injected with this is finished for her life. She can't live without a man and will be F***ed for free. Really? It's really that powerful? She won't resist? Seth's eyes widened. He regretted not having such a thing earlier. Absolutely not. The man said lazily as he turned around to look at the unconscious Gunyinji. Her fair, flawless skin, beautiful face, and figure, especially her delicate temperament, made people want to rub her, destroy her, and break her. Licking his lips, the man realized that just looking at the unconscious woman in the back seat made his mouth go dry. He secretly wondered if he should get a share later. This woman was completely ruined after being injected with that thing anyway. She would never be able to live without a man in the future, and he wouldn't let her live. Only death awaited her. Seth excitedly asked about the effects of H3 of 7 as he stepped harder on the accelerator and drove faster and faster. The two of them discussed more and more enthusiastically in the front seat and laughed lewdly from time to time. They didn't realize that the person in the back seat had already woken up. Gunyinji still lay motionless, but she had actually woken up a long time ago. The man had thrown her into the car, and she had regained consciousness in less than 5 minutes. Everything that had just happened flashed through her mind like lightning, and she remembered that she had fallen for a trap. Opening her eyes slightly, she looked around and realized that she was lying in the back seat of a car. She could feel the car bumping along the uneven road, but she didn't know where it was going. Gunyinji didn't understand the situation around her, so she didn't say a word and continued to lie motionless and pretend to be dead. Fortunately, the other party was probably too confident in the H3 of 7 they were talking about and completely didn't realize that the person in the back seat would wake up on her own. Therefore, they didn't expend any effort to tie her up. Her movements weren't restricted, but she didn't dare act rashly. There were 2 men in the front seat, and she was a defenseless woman. She couldn't fight them head-on, so she could only play it by ear. Naturally, she could hear the voices of the 2 men in front of her clearly. What surprised her was that one of the men's voices belonged to Seth, the cruel scumbag. "I've always found her an eyesore. I can't believe she really fell into my hands." Seth's voice was undisguised, filled with hatred and lust. Gunyinji forced herself not to frown. She didn't want to alert the 2 people in front of her. Gunyinji quietly pricked up her ears to listen to the 2 men in front of her talking about the effects of H3 of 7. She was stunned for a moment and only wanted to laugh. The 2 of them were speaking German, and the German that Gunyinji had been cramming during this period finally came into play. She listened to most of it and could almost understand what they were saying. She was no stranger to H3 of 7. She remembered hearing about it from Aiko Yamaguchi. He had personally said that she had been drugged by this aphrodisiac and was surprised that she was fine. However, Gunyinji knew that she was fine. Chenlai must have given her the antidote, so the medicine shouldn't have any effect on her. If that was the case, could H3 of 7 be like a virus? That was because only virus-type infections could produce immunity, so it wouldn't work on her in the future. She silently felt the condition of her body. It wasn't as ridiculous as the 2 perverted men had said. She didn't feel anything at all. It couldn't be any more normal. Either this H3 of 7 wasn't as powerful as the two men had said, or she had been drugged by a fake H3 of 7. Gun Yinji's hands slowly curled into fists and drooped under the seat. The strap of her Hermes bucket bag was still hanging on her arm. The bag should be between the two rows of seats. The SUV sped on the mountain road. The rain poured down, and the road was rugged and winding. They quickly entered the depths of the Alps. The road was built on a small mountain range. Both sides of the road were marks left by the Ice Age. It was so deep that one couldn't see the bottom. The road almost ran through the Alps. There were steep cliffs on both sides of the road, but there were also towering trees growing out of the steep cliffs. Only the tops of the trees could be seen at the side of the road. They looked like shrubs, but the trees were actually more than 10 meters tall. They were like skyscrapers. It was obvious how deep the steep cliffs on both sides of the road were. There was also a lake left by the Ice Age at the bottom of the slope. It was like the Conic Sea, but deep in the mountains. It was more primitive and more dangerous than the Conic Sea. There were many ferocious wild animals in the mountains and between the lakes. The hunting season in the Alps was very famous because of this. Gun Yinji didn't know where she was going at the moment. She could only squint and determine the direction from the light coming in and out of the car window. Unfortunately, the rain was getting heavier. The car window was a blur, and the water droplets made it look dim. Gun Yinji had just determined that they were driving south, but now she had no idea which direction they were going. Just as she began to feel uneasy, a phone suddenly rang in the car. It wasn't Gun Yinji's phone. The ringtone sounded unfamiliar. After a while, the man in the front passenger seat said, "Hello." Then a string of gibberish sounded. It wasn't German, but it seemed to be Spanish. Gun Yinji only knew 10 numbers in Spanish. She used to be curious, so she listened with Hua Xiaoheng and memorized it. Now she had no idea what the man was saying. However, the man said a few words and said to Seth in German, "Stop the car here. I'll go down for a bit. They'll call for me." Seth was overjoyed and nodded quickly. After the man got out of the car, Seth looked out of the car. It was a small road on the side of the Alps highway. The end of the road was a dead end, and they could only go back the way they came to get to the main road. Because of this, very few people came here. It was a place that didn't see the light of day all year round. There were few people here, and it was raining heavily today. In a place like this, no one would come to save her even if she screamed herself hoarse. What's more, from what the man had said, this woman wouldn't even ask for help. She would only eagerly find a man to fuck her. Seth turned around with a sinister smile. His greedy eyes scanned Gun Yinji's body like a searchlight. Then he picked up his phone, intending to take a few pictures of Gun Yinji to blackmail her. He locked the car door and pushed his seat to move towards Gun Yinji. The car wasn't considered narrow, but Seth was tall and burly. A normal car didn't have enough space for him. As soon as he moved, he almost filled the entire car. In order to move to the back seat, Seth could only bend his legs and bend his waist to look at the camera on his phone as he slowly inched closer to Gun Yinji. As he moved, he reached out to her to unbutton her shirt. Gun Yinji was wearing sportswear with the front zipper half open. As long as he pulled the zipper down, he would be able to unbutton her jacket. Seeing that Seth's perverted hand was about to pull the zipper on her chest, Gun Yinji couldn't play dead anymore. She raised her leg from the seat and raised her long leg to viciously kick between Seth's legs. Seth didn't expect Gun Yinji, who was supposed to be unconscious, to be able to raise her leg to resist. A piercing pain shot through his crotch. Seth's hand trembled, and the phone he was holding fell to the ground. He instinctively clamped his legs together and used both hands to cover the vital part that had just hardened but was almost flattened by Gun Yinji's kick. He howled. Gun Yinji's kick landed on her target. She then leaped up from the seat and punched Seth's temple with her right hand. This was a set of self-defense techniques that Hua Xiaoheng had taught her before. It would be most effective in a situation where she was knocked out. A kick to the opponent's crotch would cause them no time to react in pain. Then, a blow to the opponent's weak temple would immediately knock them out. If it was a man with great strength, he could smash his opponent's temple with a single punch and kill him. Gun Yinji wasn't strong enough, so she could only knock Seth out. Seth's huge body swayed a few times before falling onto the seat he had already pushed over. Gunyinji quickly grabbed her bucket bag from under the seat and stomped hard on Seth's crotch a few more times before using her own bucket bag to smash Seth's crotch. The quality of the Hermes bucket bag was very good. There were 4 square, sharp corners at the bottom that were wrapped in hard metal, just like the heels of high heels. If you hit the target with it, it would be like a sharp hammer and the damage would be great. It was as if a sharp knife had plunged into his lower body and then wrapped around his vital part to gouge him out. Seth woke up from his unconscious state from the pain and let out an earth-shattering howl. He clutched his crotch and rolled off the seat to the ground. Gunyinji saw that the space was too small and that she wouldn't be able to withstand Seth's counterattack, so she nimbly opened the door. As soon as she opened the door, bean-sized raindrops pelted her face. She quickly wiped the water off her face. Just as she jumped out of the car, she heard Seth yell from behind, "Stop her!" The sound of the rain drowned out his yelling, but Gunyinji ran out of the car. The man and woman in the car behind saw it. They looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. WDF! How could she still run? H3 of 7 doesn't work? That was impossible. They had both seen the power of this aphrodisiac with their own eyes. The two of them grumbled in their hearts. But when they saw Gunyinji running forward energetically, they had no choice but to chase after her. Gunyinji hated the fact that she didn't have a gun. Otherwise, she would have shot this *TCH, who asked him to harm an innocent woman, and now he wanted to harm her again. Carrying her bag, she ran on the unfamiliar mountain road in a panic. The heavy rain pelted down, and the raindrops were so heavy that it hurt her face. At that moment, the car parked behind Seth's car started. This was the first update, a reminder to everyone about your monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today was Monday, so recommendation votes were especially important. There would be an extra update at 7 p.m. P.S. Sob sob sob. Our Nyinji is very powerful. Don't worry, everyone. Chapter 628. Gunyinji heard the sound of a car engine and instinctively wanted to call for help. But when she looked back, the car was rushing towards her in the heavy rain. She immediately realized that it was the car of the man who had just gotten out of the car. They were all jackals of the same tribe. Gunyinji immediately turned and ran in the opposite direction. However, the car refused to let her go. It roared and rushed towards her at lightning speed, breaking through the rain and splashing rain. It looked like it was determined to kill her. The mountain road was already very narrow, with only 2 narrow one-way lanes. No matter how Gunyinji ran, the car behind could easily catch up. Bang, bang, bang. A series of gunshots rang out on the pouring road. Gunyinji covered her ears and quickly ran in a zigzag pattern. The person behind had a gun and was shooting at her. They were trying to kill her. Fortunately, it was raining heavily today, which affected the person's vision and the trajectory of the bullet. Also, running in a zigzag pattern was very effective. Gunyinji hadn't been shot yet, but she knew that her luck wouldn't be so good forever. The other party had a gun and a car. Gunyinji could only escape for a while by running in a zigzag pattern. As time passed, she would run out of strength and wouldn't be able to run even if she wanted to. At that time, she would be at the mercy of the other party. Whether they wanted to kill her or humiliate her, it would all depend on their mood. Of course, Gunyinji wouldn't let herself end up like that. She closed her eyes and bit her lip as she looked on both sides of the mountain road. They were both bottomless steep slopes, and she didn't know what was at the bottom of the mountain road. The rain was getting heavier, and there were steep mountains on both sides of the road. If she ran down, landslides were common occurrences. However, she didn't want to be caught by the other party. Whether she was dead or alive, the other party could use her to threaten Hua Xiaoheng. She absolutely didn't want to be a hostage for them to force Hua Xiaoheng to submit. She had her pride. She would rather die in glory than live in dishonor. Gunyinji made up her mind. She saw a damaged section of the road in front of her and turned back to look at the speeding car behind her. She suddenly ignored the slippery rain and threw herself to the ground. Then she kept rolling to the side of the road amid the piercing gunshots. The mountain road was asphalt, but there were many small pebbles that hit her wrists and back, causing her skin to break in many places. But now she couldn't care less. Rolling to the side of the road in the rain, she threw herself down and rolled down the damaged road. The road was flanked by cliffs. The cars behind her were only chasing after her. They didn't expect her to jump off the side of the cliff. A loud sound rang out. It was the sound of tires rubbing against the ground. The car finally skidded to a stop just before it went over the edge of the cliff. Gunyinji looked up at the car parked on the side of the road with some regret. She couldn't help but fall down the steep slope. There were soft grasses and protruding rocks on the mountainside. Gunyinji fell all the way down and hit her calf hard against a rock. A sharp pain shot through her calf bone, and she immediately fainted. However, the momentum of her fall did not slow down. She was still falling. At the intersection of the damaged road, the man and woman got out of the car and saw Gunyinji's figure fall rapidly, as though she had fallen into a bottomless abyss. The rain was so heavy that they couldn't see where Gunyinji had fallen even with their infrared night vision goggles. "Where is this?" the woman asked quietly. The man turned on his phone and used his hand to block the rain. He searched the terrain and said, "This is a cliff. On both sides are layers of hard soil left over from the Ice Age. It's harder than stone. Then wouldn't she be dead if she fell? Dead or not, we have to look." The two of them held hands and slowly walked down the steep slope in the heavy rain. After walking for a while, they couldn't go any further. It was almost a straight cliff. If they wanted to go further, they could only jump or roll down like Gunyinji. Also, the rain was so heavy that they saw the layers of soil on both sides of the road were loose. If it was a landslide, she would definitely be dead. The two of them looked around again and found a few pieces of purple sportswear. They must have been scraped off from Gunyinji's body. They had indeed seen her fall off the cliff in the heavy rain, but they weren't sure if she was really dead. However, it was impossible for them to go down and look for her themselves. They didn't want to play around with their lives. "Let's go back first and report to the boss. We'll see what they have to say." The woman didn't want to continue the chase. "Okay." The man nodded and found the place on the map before sending the location back. Their men received the news and immediately prepared to search the mountain. They had received orders to see Gunyinji if she was alive or dead. Falling off a cliff and disappearing wasn't the correct answer. Their boss wouldn't accept it. The two of them held hands and slowly climbed up the slope. Looking back at the bottom of the slope, they felt dizzy from the heavy rain. They had no idea what it was like at the bottom of such a steep cliff. They were soaked from head to toe when they returned to the road. But they still went to see Seth's car first. Entering the car, they saw Seth lying motionless against the window. The two of them looked at each other. The man walked over and pushed him. "Seth?" Seth let out a soft cry. His face was in so much pain that his features were almost contorted. "What's wrong?" The woman asked curiously. "Stomach ache." She saw that Seth kept covering his stomach with his hand. Seth was in so much pain that he couldn't even speak. The man opened the door and immediately saw Seth's crotch. It seemed to be dyed red. "What's wrong with you?" The man was shocked and couldn't believe what he was thinking. No way. He had already given her a shot of H3 of 7. It was absolutely safe. How could she have the ability to fight back? This didn't make sense. Seth only felt the pain between his legs increase, and his entire body convulsed. Finally, he couldn't catch his breath and fainted again. The man frowned. "We have to send him back, or he'll die here." The woman nodded. Just like before, she returned to her car while the man drove Seth's car to a large manor in the suburbs of Munich. The manor was covered in trees, and a large villa that looked like a church was hidden in the shadows. They carried Seth inside and found a family doctor they were familiar with to examine his injuries. The doctor was in cahoots with them and wouldn't report Seth. However, after the doctor arrived, he removed Seth's pants to take a look and said regretfully, "This person is disabled." "Disabled?" The people in the manor looked at each other. "You mean he's dead?" "He's not dead yet." The doctor took out a syringe and began to inject anesthesia into Seth. His testicles ruptured and had been stomped flat. We have to remove it surgically or it'll get infected and septicemia. That'll be the end of him." Everyone was speechless. It was a second watch. Just a reminder for recommendation votes and monthly votes, especially for Monday's recommendation votes. P.S. So girly with all sorts of censored words. So, oh, intersectioners for intersection. Oh. Chapter 629. A man without his testicles was no different from a beaten cow or horse. He was no longer a man. Everyone felt a tinge of sympathy for Seth. But this wasn't the worst-case scenario. The doctor continued. The corpus cavernosum between his legs was broken when it was filled with blood. It's been too long, and it can no longer be repaired. We'll have to cut it off completely. Everyone was speechless. As expected, this was the cruelest. For a man, not having his testicles was already very painful. Now, even the corpus cavernosum between his legs, which he used to pee, was going to be gone. The man who had brought Seth back looked at the woman who had gone out with him with lingering fear. Both of them sighed inwardly. That female lawyer was too evil. Not only was her heart evil, but her hands were also evil. No, it should be said that her feet were evil. Looking at Seth's appearance, it was obvious that the woman had kicked him to this state. The man was secretly glad that he had just received a call and hadn't stayed behind with Seth to do bad things. Otherwise, he really didn't know if he would have been lucky enough to avoid Seth's tragic end. The doctor finished speaking and stood up. "Send him to my clinic. We can't do the surgery here." Everyone went to ask their bosses, and then 2 people came down to carry the anesthetized Seth to the doctor's small clinic. The round-faced, long-haired, buxom woman upstairs listened to her subordinate's report and was perplexed. That was impossible. Could it be that H3 of 7 wasn't that powerful? It was raining, and the voluptuous woman with a round face and long hair sat by the window for a while. She rewatched the video that her subordinate had sent to her and confirmed that Gunyinji had indeed been poisoned by H3 of 7. She had quickly lost her ability to move and subsequently passed out. As for what happened in the car afterward, her subordinates weren't there, so they didn't record it. From the injuries on Seth's body, it could be deduced that he hadn't gotten the upper hand, and Gunyinji had jumped off the cliff, so she probably hadn't gotten the upper hand either. Playing with a gold pen in her hand, the round-faced, long-haired woman laughed softly and began to give orders. "Pass down my order. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his body." She gripped the pen in her hand so tightly that the tip of the pen pierced her palm. She did not let go. She did not believe that H3 of 7 had no effect. The drug's strength and intensity had been tested on tens of thousands of people. It was impossible for Gunyinji to be so special. She refused to believe that there was such a possibility, but she also understood that there had to be another reason. But none of that mattered anymore. Gunyinji had fallen into her trap and fallen off the cliff. Even if she was lucky enough not to die on the spot, she wouldn't be able to escape her second round of attacks. In the second round, the omnipresent pursuit was like an inescapable net. She muttered to herself as she opened her laptop, pulled up the satellite communication program, and began to connect to the European Copernicus satellite navigation system. After her adjustments, the satellite navigation system could cover the entire Alps and help her quickly locate her target within 10 meters. However, they were now in Germany, and there were American troops stationed there. They could not use weapons that were too advanced, nor could they use helicopters. Otherwise, they could directly use armed helicopters to enter the Alps and use sniper rifles to eliminate the targets and end the battle quickly. Unfortunately, there was no way to use it. Once the armed helicopters took off, they would immediately attract the U.S. troops' radar. If they were targeted, it would be difficult to escape. She wanted to kill Gunyinji, but she couldn't sacrifice herself. Therefore, she had to be very cautious and covert. Even if she was exposed in the future, she couldn't let anyone think of her. Besides, she couldn't stay here for too long. She had to go back tonight. She could only come up with a detailed action plan and take into account all the possibilities. Then, she ordered her subordinates to act according to the plan. They couldn't deviate from her plan at all. Then, she commanded them through the phone. It was the end of summer and the beginning of autumn. The temperature in the Alps dropped quickly in the middle of the night. There was another heavy downpour. In the middle of the night, the rain finally stopped, and Gunyinji woke up from the cold. As soon as she regained consciousness, her entire body also woke up. At the same time, she felt pain all over her body. It wasn't intense pain, but a dull pain, like the feeling of her fingers being cut by sawgrass. Just like when she was in the car, she didn't dare open her eyes or move before she understood the situation. However, even with her eyes closed, she could feel that she should be lying on the grass. She could still hear the sound of running water. It should already be dark because her eyes couldn't feel the light. Also, she was very tired. It wasn't just a normal kind of cold. She wasn't wearing autumn or winter clothes, only a sports jacket. It was probably already tattered. After listening quietly for a while, there seemed to be the chirping of autumn insects, but there was no other sound. There should be no one else here. She fell from a high mountain road, so those people shouldn't have chased her down. Gunyinji now had a clear understanding of her situation. If those people chased her down, they would definitely take her away and not let her wake up naturally here. One had to know that when she jumped down, she had knocked herself unconscious. Gunyinji slowly opened her eyes. Her long and thick eyelashes fluttered and slowly opened like 2 rows of small fans. The first thing she saw was the clear night sky that had been washed clean by the rain. The bright moon stretched for thousands of miles, and the sky was filled with stars. Her gaze gradually moved down, and she tried to look around. There was no one else in sight. She moved a little, and, at that moment, a piercing pain came from her left calf. It was many times sharper than the dull pain from before. Gunyinji's tears immediately came out. It wasn't that she wanted to cry, but it was too painful. Tears were an automatic reaction to the pain. She used her arm to support herself on the grass and slowly sat up, trying not to move her left leg. After sitting up, she first looked at her body. The Hermes bucket bag was still hanging in front of her chest. It looked really good. Her clothes were torn and tattered by the mountain rocks, but the small bag's outer skin was not really scratched. There were only some grass and mud. When she patted it with her hands, it looked like it was new, and it was very sturdy. She remembered using the 4 sharp corners of the bucket bag's base to hit the important part between the B*TCH's legs. She felt much more relaxed now that the bag was still there. There was a phone in the bag, so she could immediately call the police for help. But before she called for help, she first had to inform In Shixiang or Zhao Liangzi and tell them that there was a mole around Huashao. Her instincts told her that the mole couldn't be In Shixiang or Zhao Liangzi, because if it was them, it wouldn't be so troublesome if they wanted to harm her or Huashao. As Gunyinji thought about it, she hurriedly took out her phone from the bucket bag and looked at it. It wasn't wet and could still be used. She put her finger on it and unlocked the fingerprint password. She opened her contact list and found In Shixiang's number to call. There was no answer, and not long after, her call was sent to voicemail. Gunyinji couldn't tell him the truth in the voicemail, so she could only anxiously say, "Brother Xiong, call me back when you have time. I have something very important to tell you. It's about Huashao." After thinking about it, she called Zhao Liangzi again. Again, there was no answer, and it was also sent to voicemail. Gunyinji didn't leave a message this time and hung up. She looked down at her phone gloomily and thought about it for a while. Then she called the Munich police number 110. The phone also rang for a while. Just when Gunyinji thought no one would answer the call, someone finally spoke. "Munich Emergency Hotline. May I ask who you are? How can we help you?" A woman's sweet voice came from the phone. Gunyinji had just learned German, so she only understood the gist of it. She didn't bother using German and directly said in English, "Hello, I was kidnapped and taken to the Alps near the Konig Sea in Berchtesgaden. I just escaped. Please save me." The person on the other end seemed to be stunned by her. After a pause, the woman switched to English and said stiffly, "Please don't panic. Please tell me your name, social security number, home address, and your current location." Gunyinji looked at the location displayed on her phone and read it to the person on the other end. Then she said, "I'm not German. I'm serious, a citizen of the Huaxia Empire. I'm here on business in Germany. She only said her English name and, of course, didn't say her social security number. She wasn't German anyway, so she didn't have a German social security number. Okay, got it. Please wait where you are. Our people will come to rescue immediately. The person hung up after speaking. Gun Yinji sighed and decided to call her colleagues, Smith and the others. She wanted to tell them about her situation so they wouldn't be shocked. Also, she had to quickly tell them about Seth's escape. She hadn't returned yet, so she wondered if her colleagues knew she was missing. Gun Yinji thought about it as she looked around. She realized she was probably in a call, and there were many towering trees around her. They were probably the bush-like trees she saw on the road. Just a few steps to her left, there was a small stream, or river, sparkling in the moonlight. Gun Yinji looked up at where she had fallen. If she had been unlucky and had fallen into the river when she had fainted, she would have kicked the bucket. Although the river didn't look particularly deep, it was deep enough to easily drown a person. There was furry grass on both sides of the river. It had rained, so it wasn't hard to sit on it. It was quite comfortable. Gun Yinji saw that there were no enemies around who wanted her life and felt much more relaxed. Would they think she had fallen off a cliff and died? This was the first update, a reminder to everyone for their monthly votes and recommendation votes. There will be an extra update at 7 p.m. P.S. I saw some readers asking why Yinji didn't steal the car and drive away. I didn't expect that to be a problem. It should be common sense, right? Yes, many readers also explained that this was the reason. Don't drive too fast on mountain roads when it was raining heavily, especially when there were cliffs on both sides. This kind of road should be avoided as much as possible. If you really had to take it, you had to choose a good weather and have someone familiar with the terrain as the driver. Otherwise, it would be very dangerous. Of course, Yinji couldn't choose the road at this time, so she could only choose not to drive. Stealing the car and escaping under these circumstances would be suicidal. There was no need for others to do anything. Chapter 630. There was a large rock on Gun Yinji's right. She planned to move over there and lean against it. It was better than lying on the grass like this. Gently moving her leg, she felt a piercing pain in her left calf. Gun Yinji tried to press the injury with her hand and couldn't control it. She let out a scream. It was too painful. Now, she was sure she must have broken a bone. What should she do? It would take 100 days to heal from a serious injury. How is she going to recover here alone? She should hurry and call. Gun Yinji thought about it as she dialed Smith's number. It rang for a long time, but no one picked up. Gun Yinji could only leave him a message. Smith, I got lost near the Koenig Sea. I've already called the police. Can you pick me up at the police station? I'll send you my location. As she spoke, Gun Yinji opened the messaging app on her iPhone and sent Smith a message about her location. When Smith saw the message, he would probably immediately go to the police station to get her, right? To be on the safe side, Gun Yinji also called her other 3 colleagues. Strangely, none of them picked up, so she could only leave a message. What were they doing when they couldn't pick up? The 4 of them couldn't pick up because they were at a famous nightclub in Munich, happy. Beautiful women from Central Europe who came to Germany to make a living surrounded the 4 of them. They played rock, paper, scissors and forced them to drink. They were having a great time. They were playing strip beer, and the loser had to take off one piece of clothing. It was late summer and early autumn, so they didn't wear much. If they lost twice, they would be half naked. They had blonde hair, snow-white skin, high noses, deep eyes, and bodies that could mesmerize a group of people. Although the 4 American lawyers all had wives or official girlfriends or fiancées, they were still mesmerized by these beauties. Just as the 4 American lawyers were in a drunken stupor, their phones were secretly hacked and a Trojan was installed in their phones. In the future, whenever Gun Yinji called, it would be automatically transferred to another message system. They would never receive her call. After Gun Yinji finished the call, she carefully put her phone back in her bag. She didn't know when they would come to pick her up, so she had to be careful with her phone. If the battery died before they found her, she wouldn't be able to call for help. She carried the bucket bag horizontally in front of her chest and tried to push herself up from the grass, but she was not strong enough. His left leg still couldn't exert any strength, so he could only flip over and crawl on the grass with his right leg. Step by step, he crawled toward the big rock. It looked like it was only a few steps away, but it took her a full 5 minutes to reach the bottom of the boulder. Leaning against the big rock, Gunninji panted. Her heart was beating very fast, but there was no sweat on her forehead. Feeling strange, she touched her forehead and realized that she was having a fever. No wonder he had been feeling weak all over, and his limbs were sore. It turned out that other than his leg injury, there was also a high fever. Gunninji sighed and closed her eyes, resigned to her fate. It was already late at night. Sleepiness rose, and coupled with the high fever, she felt dizzy. She couldn't hold on any longer and gradually fell asleep. Although he was very hungry, there was nothing that could stop him from feeling sleepy. Just like that, he leaned against the big rock and slept for the whole night. He slept all the way until noon the next day. When Gunninji woke up, sunlight shone through the gaps between the leaves and bounced on the small river like pieces of gold. The leaves were too dense, so the sunlight didn't penetrate much, but it was enough for her to see her surroundings clearly. Although it had rained yesterday, the moisture in the air evaporated quickly under the sunlight. The grass was dry, and there were no signs of rain at all. Gunninji's heart was as anxious as the temperature. Wasn't this place too deep? The trees were so tall that she couldn't see their tops. Even if someone came to save her, how would they get down? Would they have to use a rope to hang themselves down? Looking up, there was no ready-made path to go up, and of course, there was no path to go down either. She had rolled down, and it had been too dangerous. She had broken her leg and fainted, which was how she had ended up here. Frowning, she couldn't figure it out for a long time, so she decided to stop thinking about it. Actually, from another perspective, this place was so hidden and steep that it wouldn't be easy for the person who saved her to come in, and it wouldn't be easy for the person who wanted to harm her to come in either. Therefore, she should be safe for the time being. Gunninji thought about it, trying to find joy in her misery. She touched her forehead and found that she had a fever last night, but now she actually didn't have a fever anymore. This was good, but her body was even weaker. Even lifting her arms made her muscles ache, but this was a normal reaction after a high fever. Gunninji didn't mind. Holding onto the big rock with one hand, she used her right hand and right leg to exert strength. This time, she actually stood up all at once. Touching the fracture in her left calf, it didn't seem to hurt as much, but still hurt a little, and she still couldn't exert strength. Gunninji rubbed her knee and slowly stood up. After standing up, she could see more clearly. But what was the use of seeing more clearly? The valley was filled with trees, tall, short, green, red, brown, and yellow. She couldn't see the end of it, and it was simply a primeval forest. The cliffs on both sides were steep and straight, like walls, surrounding the towering trees and a small river in the middle. Gunninji suddenly felt like a frog looking up at the sky from the bottom of a well. She was surrounded by high walls and could only see the sky above the high walls. Thinking of frogs, Gunninji's stomach growled. She was hungry. She hadn't had a proper meal since arriving early yesterday morning. She was in a hurry to leave in the morning, so she only ate a small white sausage and drank a sip of coconut juice. Gunninji not only felt hungry, but also very thirsty. Licking her dry lips, her originally plump and supple lips were now peeling. Gunninji missed the unfinished can of coconut juice in the hotel fridge. The more she thought about it, the thirstier and hungrier she became. Gunninji rubbed her eyes and looked around to find her target. She hopped on one leg to the side of a relatively short tree. Fortunately, she discovered that the small tree was a willow tree. The small willow tree was only a little taller than Gunninji, and its branches were so short that she could touch them with her hands. Gunninji picked a rather tough branch that was more than 1 meter long and about 5 centimeters in diameter. She pulled hard, but the branch was indeed very tough. The bark was still hanging on the main trunk, and she couldn't pull it off no matter how hard she tried. Gunninji didn't panic. She took out her key ring from the bucket bag hanging on her chest. There was a set of Swiss Army knives on it. Hua Xiaoheng had given it to her, and she had been using it with her own keys. It was the second watch. A reminder for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Oh, intersection. Oh. Chapter 631. Gun Yinji took out a small knife from the Swiss Army knife and patiently cut at the stubborn piece of bark that refused to separate. No matter how tough the bark was, it was not as powerful as a knife. Soon, Gun Yinji cut through the tree bark and completely cut off the branch. Holding in his hand, he felt that it could indeed be used as a walking stick. However, the part of the branch that he held in his hand still had burrs, and his palm could not bear it. Gun Yinji picked out a small knife from the Swiss Army knife and carefully polished the top of the branch. She smiled with satisfaction when the top was smooth and the burrs were gone. This way, it felt much more comfortable in his hands. Now that he had a walking stick, the next step was to cut a few willow branches to make a splint to fix his fractured left calf. This way, he could recover quickly and ensure that the bones would not grow out of place. She did not want to become a cripple from then on. Leaning on her newly made walking stick, Gun Yinji looked at the little willow tree for a long time. She once again saw a few branches that were neither too long nor too short. Using her Swiss Army knife, she carefully cut them off and tried to make the cuts as smooth as possible. That way, it would be easier for new branches to grow. After cutting off the willow branches, Gun Yinji sat under the tree and secured the branches to her left calf. She then took out the shoelaces from her sneakers and tied the willow branches. Her fractured leg felt much more comfortable after the wicker plank was put on, and she realized that her leg didn't hurt as much this morning. Gun Yinji was sweating profusely after cleaning her legs. However, looking at the cane in her hand and the splint on her leg, Gun Yinji felt a sense of accomplishment. This was one of the perks of growing up with Hua Xiaoheng. She had been with him all those years, a pendant to his leg, following him wherever he went. Hua Xiaoheng was only 22 years old at the time, so he didn't know how to raise a young girl. Besides, it was all training in the military base, so it wasn't confidential, so he let her be. She had run exercises, trained, and camped in the wild with them. The wilderness survival training she had learned was not for nothing. Wasn't it all coming in handy now? Gun Yinji wiped her forehead with the back of her hand and stood up again with the help of her new cane. She planned to find some water nearby. She remembered reading about popular science when she was searching Koenig Sea. The Alps were eroded landforms left behind by the Ice Age. There were many rivers and mountain springs that flowed down from the Ice Age. Since there was a small river here, there should be a spring. Otherwise, this small river wouldn't have formed. Gun Yinji carefully observed the direction of the river and the shape of the trees there before confirming the direction. She limped along the river for 20 minutes before she found a small waterfall, which was actually a mountain spring that flowed down from the top of the mountain. Gun Yinji was overjoyed and quickly walked over. She leaned against the edge of the waterfall and gulped it down. The water here had the unique sweetness of the mountain spring. She drank it to her heart's content. It was a pity that she didn't have a jug or kettle. Otherwise, she could take the water back. Now, she could only come here to drink when she was thirsty. How embarrassing. Although she had fallen into such a situation, Gun Yinji was still very happy and treated it as an unexpected outing. After drinking the water, Gun Yinji walked back. She was no longer thirsty, but she was still hungry. He walked around the forest with his walking stick, looking for something to eat. She noticed that there were a lot of berries growing near the cliff. They were colorful and varied in shape. Gun Yinji roughly recognized at least 3 kinds of berries: blackcurrant, blueberry, and blackberry. Because she had eaten them before, she didn't dare to eat the others for fear of being poisoned. However, the berries she had eaten before were bought from the supermarket and were all grown by fruit farmers. These were wild, so she didn't know if there would be any difference in the taste. Gun Yinji pondered as she picked a handful of blackcurrant, blueberry, and blackberry. She carried them to the river to wash them, then carefully picked up a blueberry and put it in her mouth to taste. Her snow-white teeth bit into the plump berry, and the juice almost gushed out. A sweet and sour taste instantly filled her mouth. Gun Yinji hummed and narrowed her eyes, immersing herself in the delicious taste of the food. The taste was so good. It was so many times better than the blueberries sold in the supermarket. This was a natural and pollution-free green fruit. Gunyinji couldn't help stuffing the rest of the berries in her mouth one by one. In comparison, the blueberry was sweet and sour, the blackberry was very sweet, and the blackcurrant was very sour. The taste of the three berries together was even more amazing. The sweet blackberry perfectly neutralized the sour taste of the blackcurrant, and the sweet and sour taste of the blueberry seemed to be the icing on the cake, enhancing the beautiful taste. Gunyinji was very satisfied with the meal. The blackcurrant was full of vitamin C and anthocyanin, which could kill bacteria and strengthen the immune system. It was very suitable for her current situation. Although she didn't like to eat things that were too sour, she had to eat more blackcurrants in order to survive here. After eating a hearty meal of berries, Gunyinji's mood was much better. She took out her phone from the bucket bag in front of her chest to look at it, and found that the signal here wasn't very good. No one called her, not even a text. Gunyinji remembered that her phone was fine last night, and the signal was normal. Now it only had one bar, and it was intermittent. Fortunately, the phone's battery still had 90%, so it should be able to last for a while. Gunyinji wasn't discouraged. She believed that the police would come to rescue her. What she needed to do was to survive here. She couldn't wait for the rescuers to come and find herself dead. He carefully put the phone back into the bucket bag and rummaged through it. There were a lot of things inside. There was her LV wallet. It was not expensive, but it was easy to use. No matter how it was made, it would not break. It had been used for several years, and the patterns on the leather had not faded. Now it was filled with all kinds of bank cards, credit cards, and some euros and US dollars. Gunyinji looked up at her surroundings, which resembled a primeval forest, and shook her head with a sigh. What was the use of having money and cards? What could she do? She was also in despair. Looking at the contents of the bucket bag, there was a pack of sanitary napkins that she habitually kept there, Swiss Army knife keychain, a few chocolate bars, a pack of wet tissues, and most importantly, a lighter. She had originally wanted to give it to Xiaoheng as a gift, but now she didn't have to be a caveman and drill wood to start a fire. Gunyinji prayed to the sky with tears streaming down her face. Humans had begun to use fire, and that was the transition from cavemen who ate raw meat and drank blood to civilized people. Gunyinji immediately felt even hungrier. From yesterday morning until this morning, she had only drunk a few mouthfuls of water and eaten some berries. There were only a few pieces of chocolate in the bag, and she did not plan to eat them now. She had to save them as a last resort. Sitting under the tree to rest for a while, Gunyinji decided to go to the river to see if she could catch fish. She also chopped a forked branch to use as a harpoon and hobbled to the river with the help of her walking stick. The river was so clear that she could see the bottom, and there were actually medium-sized silver fish swimming around. Gunyinji swallowed her saliva and stood by the river. Using a simple harpoon that she had made herself, she began to catch fish. She didn't know if the fish were too stupid or if her skills were too good, but she managed to catch a few fish in no time. She hobbled back and forth between the willow tree and the river, constantly breaking off branches. Finally, she built a small fish grill. Using the Swiss Army knife that she carried with her, she scaled the fish and removed the gills. Then, she cut open the fish and dug out the internal organs to bury them by the riverbank. After cleaning the fish, she used a tree branch to skewer them from the head and place them on the grill. Then, she collected some dried leaves to use as fuel and took out a lighter to light it. Gunyinji couldn't help but laugh when the flames began to burn. As the saying goes, heaven never seals off all paths. She had seen Xiao and the others grill fish when they had a picnic. Although she had never done it herself, she remembered how to do it. Now that she was doing it herself, she was a little unfamiliar with it at first, but she quickly got the hang of it. Not long after, the aroma of food wafted over, and she salivated even more. Gunyinji picked up a brown fish and opened her mouth to take a bite. Oh no, it was actually bitter. Gunyinji instinctively spat out the fish. How could this be? She remembered eating Hua Xiao's grilled fish. It was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. The fish was smooth and fresh. The fish she grilled herself. Fine, although it looked burnt on the outside, it was already burnt on the inside. So it might be a little more burnt than Hua Xiao's, a little bit burnt and a little bit overcooked. Of course it was bitter. How could something burnt not be bitter? Gun Yinji wanted to cry, but had no tears. She threw away the strangely grilled fish and switched to another one to continue grilling. She didn't know how she did it herself. She could actually grill it until it was burnt on the outside and burnt on the inside. She spent the entire afternoon grilling fish. She didn't know how many fish she tried, but when it was almost dusk, she finally grilled a fish that was edible. However, after the fish entered her mouth, Gun Yinji realized that all the little silver fish by the river had already run away. Did they finally know to stay away from her? The executioner? Gun Yinji thought about it slowly, then hugged her stomach and laughed. She looked at her left leg again. It almost didn't hurt anymore. She pushed herself up from the grass and accidentally discovered that she could use some strength in her left leg. Although she still limped a little, it wasn't as serious as before. Gun Yinji stared at her left calf for a while and muttered to herself. Could it be that she didn't have a fracture before? But she remembered the bone-deep pain and the feeling of not being able to use any strength. It really was a fracture. It definitely wasn't a muscle strain. She was very sure because she had strained a muscle before, and the pain was different. Then she remembered rolling down the road yesterday and being scraped by the rocks along the way. She quickly pulled up her sleeves to look. Her skin was smooth and smooth. There were no signs of it being scraped. After thinking about it for a while, she still couldn't figure it out. Gun Yinji stopped thinking about it. It was more important to escape anyway. It wasn't the time to think about such things. It was a good thing that her leg didn't hurt anymore. Did it have to hurt like hell? This was the first update. A reminder to everyone for their monthly votes and recommendation votes. There will be an extra update at 7 p.m. Chapter 632. Gun Yinji shrugged and covered her eyes with one hand as she gazed at the sky in the distance. It was already dusk, and the golden sunset dyed the small river yellow. Through the gaps between the leaves, she could see flocks of birds returning to the forest. It was almost night again. Another day had passed, and Gun Yinji was a little sad. Why were the police so inefficient here? It had been almost 20 hours since she'd called the police last night until the sun had set. When would they come to save her? And Smith and the others. Hadn't they heard from her yet? Even if they missed her voicemail, she hadn't returned to the hotel for a day and a night. Did they not care about her at all? She didn't even have a phone call. Was she that unpopular? Gun Yinji thought about it angrily as she gathered all the leaves and branches that covered the entire meadow and made small piles of firewood. She planned to light a pile of dried branches and leaves as a bonfire when it got dark. When the police came, they would definitely see the fire immediately. Also, it was so cold at night. How could she survive without a fire? She still had a high fever last night. Gun Yinji sighed and sat quietly next to the pile of leaves and branches, waiting for night to fall. Not long after, the entire valley darkened again. The setting sun gradually deviated from the horizon and slowly sank until it could no longer be seen. She was the only one left in the valley. She was surrounded by the chirping of autumn insects and the occasional chirping of returning birds. Not far from her, there were occasional splashes of fish in the river, but it was soon quiet again. Everything was silent, as if she was the only person left in the world. Gun Yinji waited for the last ray of sunlight to disappear through the gaps between the leaves, but she still didn't see the police. After confirming that the police probably wouldn't come today, she slowly lit the pile of leaves with a lighter. The fire was bright, and smoke slowly rose. Gun Yinji took a deep breath and looked at the white smoke. She thought optimistically that even if the police couldn't get here in time, the forest rangers would see someone lighting a fire and smoke coming out. They would probably come to see what was going on, right? If the forest rangers were alerted and rushed here, Gun Yinji would be saved and wouldn't have to wait for the police to save her. The civil servants of these European countries were really inefficient. It was incomparable to the dispatch speed of the Huaxiao Empire's police. She leaned against a large rock and sat on the ground. The fire in front of her was bright and warm, dispelling the chill of the night. Gun Yinji stared at the dancing flames for a while and gradually felt sleepy. His head started to move bit by bit, like a chick pecking rice. She did not want to sleep alone in the wilderness. Yesterday, she had a fever and fell asleep involuntarily. Now that she had recovered, she didn't dare to sleep again. But she couldn't resist the laws of nature. The deeper it got into the night, the more she felt sleepy. She almost couldn't hold on any longer. Although she tried to keep her eyes open several times, the heavy drowsiness still made her fall asleep unknowingly. However, she subconsciously knew that she shouldn't sleep. So even if she leaned against the big rock in a half-awake state, she was still very vigilant. Gun Yinji didn't know how long she slept. Maybe it was only a few minutes, or maybe it was an hour or two. Her consciousness was a little fuzzy, but in her daze, she suddenly heard the sound of birds flapping their wings. Gun Yinji jolted awake. It was not a good sign for a nocturnal bird to suddenly flap its wings and fly in the middle of the night. Gun Yinji immediately thought of a military exercise she had participated in with Hua Xiaoheng. Late that night, she was sleeping in her tent when Hua Xiaoheng quietly woke her up and told her that the Blue Army had ambushed them, so they had to quickly move. Gun Yinji followed him in a daze and even asked him, "How did you know there was an ambush?" She didn't see it. The camp was quiet, and there were no signs of a large group attacking. However, Hua Xiaoheng said, a lot of birds suddenly flew in the forest next to the camp in the middle of the night. Someone must have come. As expected, their camp was occupied by the Blue Army not long after they retreated. Someone must have come at this time, but could she be sure if it was a friend or foe? Although she called the police, it wasn't just the police who knew where she was. The people who wanted to harm her with Seth also knew where she was. Gun Yinji thought very carefully and finally came to a conclusion. No, she couldn't be sure. Perhaps the police had come, or perhaps the people who wanted her dead had come again because they wanted to confirm her death. If she was alive, they wanted to see her, and if she was dead, they wanted to see her body. Therefore, they might have come down to search again. Of course, it could also be the forest rangers. After all, she had started a fire in the forest. Which situation was it? Gun Yinji's mind raced, and she decided to hide first. During the day, she had gathered a few piles of firewood. The one she had just lit was the smallest one, so the fire was not big. She had kicked it twice just now, and it had burst into flames. After she had stepped on it a few times, it had been extinguished. The valley that had been lit by the fire suddenly darkened, and only the gentle moonlight and starlight floated in the forest. Gun Yinji blinked and quickly adapted to the night. She got up with her cane and went around to hide behind a large rock. The birds flapped their wings and flew, and there were other sounds mixed in. Gun Yinji focused and finally heard them. If it weren't for the fact that her left leg still couldn't move, she would have run and found a place far away to hide instead of hiding in the shadow of the large rock behind the fire. She hugged her bucket bag tightly, and her heart raced. Then she remembered the phone in her bag. What if it suddenly rang? She quickly reached into her bucket bag and set the phone to vibrate. Then she took it out and stuffed it into the pocket of her sweatpants. That way, if the rescuer called her, she wouldn't miss it. She lay motionless behind the large rock for a few minutes, and finally, there was a vague sound of footsteps from above. Gun Yinji slowly raised her head and glanced at the sky. Her eyes widened. She saw 4 men in black slowly descending from the night sky. Upon closer inspection, they were probably uniformed police officers. They were wearing suspenders, just like the wires used for special effects scenes in movies and TV shows. And these people were holding onto the suspenders with one hand and guns in the other. The gun barrel was pointed up, and the shape of the bolt looked very familiar. Gun Yinji's pupils suddenly contracted. That was a semi-automatic submachine gun. Were these people here to save her or to kill her? Only terrorists would be able to deal with the fully armed policeman, right? She was a defenseless little girl. Did she need such a lineup? Gun Yinji's heart pounded. It was the second watch. Just a reminder for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Oh, intersectioners for intersection. Oh. Chapter 633. The four uniformed police officers were hung from the road above. They wore police hats that covered most of their faces, and each of them wore a pair of large sunglasses that covered their eyes. Gun Yinji could immediately tell that the sunglasses weren't normal sunglasses. They were infrared night vision goggles. The four uniformed officers looked around cautiously with guns in their hands, ready to shoot at the slightest movement. Were they really here to save her? Gun Yinji narrowed her eyes and looked up at the four-armed uniformed officers slowly descending from the sky. Harboring the last sliver of hope, she cried out, "Help!" Then she quickly fell to the ground and rolled into the forest. The four uniformed officers heard someone cry out for help and didn't hesitate to turn their guns and fire in the direction of Gun Yinji's cry. Bullets rained down from the sky, and the large rocks immediately shattered into pieces. When the bullets hit the bodies of the people, it was very painful. Although Gun Yinji had already rolled elsewhere, her back was still splashed by the debris and burned with pain. However, it was only debris and she managed to avoid the bullets. Otherwise, she really would have died here for no reason. Gun Yinji finally confirmed that the police weren't here to save her, but to kill her. Since that was the case, they couldn't blame her for being ruthless. Actually, she should have known that Seth's stepfather was a high-ranking police officer. Li Haiqing's case was so difficult to convict because York used his power to obstruct justice. How could she be so stupid as to pin her hopes on the police? The person who wanted to harm her was Seth, and Seth's stepfather, York, was a high-ranking officer within the police system. Originally, she thought the Munich police had nothing to do with York, but when she saw the four uniformed officers holding semi-automatic submachine guns and firing whenever someone yelled for help, Gun Yinji didn't dare take the risk again. Gun Yinji couldn't help shuddering at the thought of falling into the hands of Seth's stepfather. She made up her mind and quickly slung the small bucket bag on her back. Silently, she lay down on the ground and crawled very slowly. There were many trees on this side of the boulder, so the moonlight couldn't reach this side. It was much darker than the empty space on the other side of the river. While these people were still hanging in the air, unable to see the darkness below, she climbed out from behind the big rock and quickly pushed the few piles of firewood she had gathered during the day closer together, forming a large pile of firewood. There were many kinds of trees here. There were tall trees, short shrubs, flowering trees, fruit trees, and so on. But at the end of summer and the beginning of autumn, except for evergreen trees, most trees would lose their leaves. The place was deserted, so there was a thick pile of dead branches and leaves on the grass. Gun Yinji gathered them all into small and large firewood piles. Now, Gun Yinji had gathered a few small piles of firewood together to form a huge pile. It was much taller than the pile she had made during the day. It was as high as her knees and a thick stack of firewood. It was right under the four uniformed police officers. Gun Yinji guessed that these people had been sent down with steel cables, so their landing spots were already fixed in place. And before they landed, they couldn't untie the steel cables on their bodies. Gun Yinji took out her lighter with a cold expression. With a whoosh, she lit the pile of dried branches and leaves, then quickly rolled back to hide behind the big rock. The dark ground suddenly lit up again. This time, the fire was much larger than before. Not only was it much brighter, but it was also much hotter. The flames shot up high. The flames continued to spread into the night sky, almost reaching the souls of the four uniformed police officers. The four uniformed police officers were dumbfounded. The place where they were going to land was on fire. What should they do? The four uniformed police officers were still 2 to 3 meters away from the ground. If they loosened the steel cables on their backs, they would fall directly into the fire. But if they didn't, they would still be sent into the fire by the steel cables. Eagle, Eagle, Fox calling Eagle. There's fire below, and we can't land. Fox requesting to change our landing spot. Someone began to talk to the people on the ground to report the situation. However, the people on the ground saw the scene of the fire through the cameras on their heads and immediately pounded their fists. This fire is man-made. It should be that female lawyer down there. She's not dead, but the fire is too big. We can't go down now. The four people hanging in the air were extremely nervous. They originally thought it wouldn't be a difficult mission to search here under the cover of the night. Who knew that someone would be so bold as to set a fire in such a place? There's not much height left. Hurry up and jump. I can only shift my position a little, but I might not be able to avoid the fire. Or you can jump into the trees next to you. Because there was only so much open space below, they would have to land on the trees and climb down from there. Gunyinji saw that the four people seemed to have changed direction and were heading towards the forest. She closed her eyes and pressed her palms together. She silently said in her heart, "Brothers and sisters trees, I'm sorry. If I didn't burn you, they would have killed me. If I burn you, the rangers will come, and you will be saved." Gunyinji finished silently and quickly took out her wallet, Swiss Army knife keychain, a small pack of sanitary napkins, and a few pieces of chocolate from her Hermes bucket bag. She stuffed them into her pocket and took out a lighter to light a bush behind her. The bush happened to be made of oil wood. Not only was it very flammable, but it also burned for a long time. As soon as Gunyinji lit the bush on fire, she threw herself to the ground and quickly rolled towards the small river. She silently fell into the water and hid. The fire on the bush quickly spread to the nearby trees, and the fire spread like wildfire. The dark Alps night sky was instantly lit up by the bright fire. The flames danced seductively under the dark night sky. Many Germans living in the mountains, as well as nuns and reverends in the convents, saw the fire. The bell quickly rang, and the rangers received the urgent report. They quickly boarded helicopters and flew towards the fire. The uniformed policemen hovering in the air panicked when they saw that the forest next to them was also burning. Just as they were discussing with the people above if they could let them stay on the other side of the river, they suddenly heard the rumbling of several helicopters above them. A huge beam of light shone down from the helicopters and clearly illuminated the four uniformed policemen hanging in the air. The arsonists below, listen up, put down your weapons, and put your hands behind your heads. You are surrounded. Huh? Police? Which department are you from? Report your identification number. It turned out that was the Alps Rangers helicopter. The Rangers shouted as they began to extinguish the fire. Soon, countless white foam sprayed down from the helicopter and quickly extinguished the fire that had just started. However, the four uniformed policemen hanging in the air suddenly turned their guns and fired at the Rangers helicopter. At the same time, they anxiously shouted into their walkie-talkies, "Retreat! Retreat! The fox calling the eagle! Retreat quickly!" They wanted the people above to pull them up as soon as possible. However, as soon as the people on the road saw the Rangers helicopter take action, they immediately abandoned the crane and drove away in their cars. The ranger on the helicopter also had a gun. Seeing this, he immediately knew that these people were fake policemen. Seeing that their beloved helicopter was being shot at, they immediately raised their guns and fired back. The four uniformed policemen hanging in the air immediately became live targets. After a series of gunshots, 3 of the 4 uniformed policemen were directly shot in the head and died on the spot. The other one was shot in the arm, and the gun in his hand fell with a clatter. It landed in the embers of the dark fire on the ground with a loud bang, and the barrel exploded at this time. The Rangers had no intention of getting off the helicopter. Perhaps they were worried that there were still fake policemen lying in ambush, so they didn't dare to go down and fight them head-on. Perhaps they wanted to find help to deal with the situation. In short, the helicopter circled in the air a few times before flying away, leaving only 3 bodies and an injured uniformed policeman swaying in midair. Gunyinji hid in the river and watched the scene in fear. She was secretly glad that she had been more vigilant. If she had run out and exposed herself when the 4 uniformed policemen first appeared, the corpse lying there now would be her. Sigh, the trust between people is gone. I'm so tired. Gunyinji dived into the water with some fear. She reluctantly threw away her Hermes bucket bag and dove downstream. The bucket bag couldn't be sealed, so it was filled with water as soon as it entered the water. It was as heavy as a rock. Although Gunyinji really liked the bucket bag, she still resolutely abandoned it at this critical moment of life and death. It was more important to escape now. The Rangers would definitely come back, but she didn't dare to come into contact with the Rangers on the helicopter anymore. Seeing them shoot so decisively, even though it was self-defense, she was still a bit afraid. And those uniformed policemen, who knew if they were real or fake, and so on and so forth. Who knew if the forest rangers who came later were real or fake? Also, she was really frightened now. Everyone looked like they were here to kill her, and she couldn't trust anyone. Unless Xiao could appear now, or even Professor He, but neither of them were by her side at this time. Gunyinji paddled her arms in the cold water. In a moment of desperation, she actually performed better than usual and quickly swam far away from the small riverbank. She didn't know how long she had been swimming, but she was a bit exhausted. Gunyinji turned over in the river and began to swim backstroke. She also took the opportunity to look at the place she had just left. This was the first time. A reminder to everyone for your monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 634. There was no fire or smoke, but there were bright lights that illuminated half the sky. She could also hear the roar of machines. Gunyinji guessed that the Rangers must have called for help because there had been cases of gunmen opening fire and dying. There were also the police officers whose identities were hard to discern. She thought of Seth's father, York. He was the head of the Roslau District Police Department and also the biggest criminal boss. Gunyinji didn't dare to try her luck again. She didn't know how many police officers in the Munich district were in cahoots with York. He could even answer the 911 call. York seemed to be more powerful than he showed. With so many police officers, there must be good and bad people among them. Otherwise, Seth wouldn't have been able to escape from the hospital so easily and collude with others to bring H3 against her. Gunyinji looked up from the water and took a deep breath. Then she dove down and swam with all her might. Before she knew it, the fracture in her left calf seemed to have completely healed. Or maybe she was too nervous and didn't care about the pain in order to escape. Regardless, her injured leg could move freely and didn't slow her down in the water. She swam with all her might because she knew she had a better chance of survival as long as she was further away from that place. Just like that, she swam in the water until she was almost exhausted. When the sky began to brighten, Gunyinji finally loosened her grip and floated towards the shore. She swam for almost half the night. Gunyinji crawled out of the water and lay on the grass by the shore. Her entire body was soaked, and she panted heavily. She was almost dead tired. Tired, hungry, and exhausted, she fell asleep on the grass. The sun gradually rose and shone on the forest clearing by the river. It looked similar to the place Gunyinji had swum from, but the mountains were taller, the forest was denser, and there were fewer people. By noon, the sun was getting stronger, and Gunyinji's wet clothes were almost dried. Gunyinji was awakened by a warm, wet, and numb sensation on her cheek. She slowly opened her eyes and happened to meet a pair of large, dark, and pure eyes. Gunyinji cried out immediately. It was actually a deer standing in front of her. Was it just licking her face? Gunyinji scrambled to get up from the grass, and the deer was startled. It jumped back a few times, then burrowed into the dense forest and disappeared. Gunyinji looked at the green forest in front of her and laughed until she cried. Heavens! What was he trying to do? Was she going to act out lost? She sat on the grass by the shore in a daze for a while, before remembering to look at the things in her pockets. She couldn't stand. She reached into her pocket. Her phone was there. The phone was still there, but had been soaked in the water for half a night. Who knew if it could still be used? Gunyinji muttered as she took out her phone. As expected, it crashed ===. What happened to the excellent waterproof performance of the iPhone? It was all bullsh**T. Gunyinji complained as she stood up and looked around. She found the most spacious and sunny spot and placed the phone under the sun. It would be best if she could dry the water vapor inside, then she should be able to use it. After opening the phone, Gunyinji took out the pieces of chocolate from her jacket pocket. They had already melted in the water and were a wet, dark brown mass. It looked a little disgusting, but she was tired and hungry, and chocolate was the best food to replenish her sugar and strength. She stuffed the chocolate into her mouth and swallowed it in one gulp. Fortunately, the taste hadn't changed. Her taste buds were especially sensitive to the taste of chocolate. The more she ate, the hungrier she became. She couldn't help but throw the second piece of melted chocolate into her mouth. This time, she carefully sipped it for a while before swallowing. After eating 2 pieces of chocolate, she sat for a while before her strength returned. Looking down at her left calf, she gently pressed her fingers. It didn't hurt at all. Her shoelaces were tied tightly to a few willow branches. Gunyinji's heart skipped a beat. She untied her shoelaces and threw away the willow branches that were acting as splints. She lifted her trouser leg to look at the injury. She froze. The skin on her left calf was as white as jade, and not a single pore could be seen. She originally remembered that in addition to the fracture of her calf, there were also scars from when she rolled down the road and scraped against the mountain rocks. There were streaks of black and purple marks, and many areas of the skin were broken. She thought that if she didn't get treatment in time, it would leave scars. She didn't expect that not only would there not be any scars, but it would also heal so quickly. If she hadn't seen the scars with her own eyes, she would have thought she was dreaming. Gunyinji rubbed her left calf gently. After a while, she lifted the sleeve on her arm to look at her arm. As expected, the scars on her arm had also healed. There was no sign of a large area of scrape or peeling. She wasn't surprised that the scars could heal so quickly that they were invisible. What she was surprised about was how they healed so quickly. It had only been 3 days, right? Not only had the fracture healed, but even the scars on her body had disappeared. She was really amazing. Gunyinji thought about it for a while and smiled. Perhaps she was just lucky. There was always a way out, and good people were rewarded. Although Seth, that evil person, had tried everything to harm her, not only did she successfully escape, but she also taught him a harsh lesson. She really hoped that TCH would just die from the pain. Gunyinji silently complained her heart. What did those people do to Seth? Would the evil person complain first and say that Gunyinji was the one who hurt him? Then he would send people to the hotel to arrest her, only to discover that she didn't return to the hotel. Then he would say that she fled to avoid punishment. Gunyinji's imagination was running wild. She even began to imagine how she would defend herself and sue Seth, TCH, for attempting to harm a lawyer, which would make him even more guilty. A smile unconsciously appeared on her face, and her entire aura relaxed. The deer that had just run away tilted its head and looked at her from the forest for a while before trotting back. Standing beside her, it stuck out its tongue and licked her hand. Gunyinji was speechless. She was so liked by small animals. Gunyinji's smug expression didn't last for more than a minute before she understood why the deer was so interested in her. It was because her hand was stained with chocolate. Could deer eat chocolate? Gunyinji thought about it and quietly took out her last piece of chocolate paste. Removing the wrapper, she spread it out in her palm and brought it to the deer's mouth. The deer raised its head to look at Gunyinji for a while. Its large, pure eyes made Gunyinji's heart tremble. Lowering its head, the deer licked the chocolate paste from her palm. Sometimes, the tip of its tender tongue would touch her palm, bringing with it a numbing warmth. It was the second watch. Just a reminder, there were recommendation votes and monthly votes. She really wanted to roll around. Why didn't she vote for her relatives and votes? Chapter 635. Gunyinji's anxious and panicked heart gradually calmed down. She smiled as she watched the deer lick all the chocolate in her palm clean, then patted its head. Go back. Your mother must be worried. The deer turned back with every step, and this time, it ran into the forest and couldn't be seen anymore. Gunyinji turned to the river to wash her hands and looked at her phone. It seemed to have dried out. Gun Yinji pressed the power button with all her might, her heart pounding. After a while, the familiar black and white iPhone appeared on the phone screen. It was finally turned on. Gun Yinji sighed deeply and entered the password to open the phone. No one had called or texted her. She looked at the signal bar on the phone and saw it was no service. She couldn't go online, but she could still try calling. Gun Yinji called Smith again, but this time, her call went to voicemail again. How could this be? Gun Yinji frowned at her phone and thought that even if she didn't call or text Smith for help, they would have noticed she was missing. It had been 3 days since she left the hotel. Moreover, she had called and left messages for all 4 of them. What were the chances that all 4 of them would ignore her voicemail? From a statistical point of view, this was absolutely impossible. What Gun Yinji didn't know was that the morning after she left the hotel, Smith and the other 3 had received a text from Gun Yinji's number. It said she was going to visit a friend and would be out for a few days. She would be back in 10 days and told them not to worry. Gun Yinji was an adult and had her own private life, so Smith and the others didn't think much of it. Also, they were very busy now. The German branch of the American law firm was in the midst of preparations, and the hospital had sent news that Seth had escaped. Smith was furious and was negotiating with the Munich hospital and police. What the hell are you doing? Didn't you say Seth wasn't seriously injured? How could he escape? 2 police officers couldn't even look after a seriously injured patient. You're all useless. Smith roared in the police station, so angry that the veins on his neck bulged. Smith rushed to the police station to urge them to arrest Seth and bring him to justice. News of Seth's escape quickly spread throughout the world, and even the people of the Huaxiao Empire knew about it. Because the case had caused quite a stir in the Huaxiao Empire, news of Seth's escape once again caused a stir. Social media exploded again. When Ma Chi-Chi saw the message, she was so angry that she flipped the table in her dorm. She quickly texted Gun Yinji. Love Meng Chi-Chi. Yinji, how could you let that scum escape? Love Meng Chi-Chi. Yinji, you must give it your all. This scum. The civilians would not be appeased if they were not killed. It had been 2 days since the message was sent, but Gun Yinji hadn't replied. Ma Chi-Chi thought that Gun Yinji must be feeling terrible and didn't want to talk, so she didn't rush her or text her. She believed that Gun Yinji would contact her after dealing with this matter. Gun Yinji walked along the river for a day, but still couldn't find a way out. There seemed to be no end in the distance. The Alps stretched and curved, and she couldn't see where the way out was. When it was getting dark, Gun Yinji found a small cave. The entrance was very small, and the ground was round. It could only accommodate 2 people sitting inside, and it seemed to be a bit deep inside. It was very dark, and she couldn't see the bottom at a glance. There shouldn't be any other animals here because the entire cave was very clean. There were no signs of wild animals, but there was a faint fishy smell. However, it should be fine after a little smoke. At least there was a place to cover her head, so she planned to spend the night there. With the help of the high-quality Zippo lighter, she could not only start a fire, but she could also eat as much cooked food as possible every day. She had been eating berries so often these past few days that her teeth were about to collapse from the sourness. Before going to bed, she found some leaves and dry branches and lit them at the entrance of the cave to get rid of the smell and to ward off wild animals. The deeper she went into the mountains, the more obvious the traces of wild animals became. Gun Yinji felt something following her in the afternoon. Later, when she was drinking water at the spring, she realized it was a wolf. Gun Yinji was a bit scared, but she also knew it was useless to be afraid. There was no one here to help her solve these difficulties. She could only rely on herself. That was why people said that human potential was limitless. When forced to that point, it was impossible not to grow. Gun Yinji lamented that her previous pretentiousness was only because there were people who doted on her. Now that she was alone in the wilderness, she could survive even if she ate and slept in the open. She wasn't so delicate anymore. She walked out of the small cave with her newly made walking stick and went out to find firewood. Although her leg no longer hurt, she still made herself a walking stick, using it as a walking stick to explore the way. The mountains were high and the forest was dense. Weeds grew wildly, and some places were as tall as half a person. She could scare away many wild animals by hitting them with a stick. She didn't have the energy to fight those fierce beasts for now. However, she couldn't bear to kill those innocent and stupid fawns to satisfy her hunger. In the end, she still had to go to the river every day to fish. She was about to throw up from eating grilled fish without seasoning. Gun Yinji sighed and resigned to her fate as she walked out. There were berries in the forest, so she definitely had to pick them. Although she was already tired of eating them, she still had to eat them to supplement vitamin C, which could strengthen the immune system and prevent colds. The weather was getting colder every night now, so she didn't want to get sick again. She walked into the forest with a walking stick and carefully searched around. There weren't many berries here. It wasn't that they didn't grow much, but they seemed to have all been picked away or destroyed. There were many crushed berries on the ground, and the shrubs that grew the berries had been pushed around. She didn't know who was so violent. Picking berries was fine, but they had to destroy the roots that people relied on for their livelihood. Gun Yinji happily speculated as she walked into the depths of the forest. There was a tall and straight beech in front of her, and there were large clusters of berry bushes under it. The berries on them were like small lanterns, full and bright. Gun Yinji, who had been eating berries for several days, was attracted. She couldn't help swallowing and quickly rushed over. When she was about to reach the bottom of the tree suddenly shook violently, and she could hear howling coming from above. Gun Yinji looked up curiously and froze. Between the tall branches of the beech tree, there was a small, black animal stuck in the middle of it. It howled and looked down at Gun Yinji under the tree. At the same time, it raised its two little black paws and kept hitting the tree trunk. The beech shook and many leaves fell. Gun Yinji was speechless. It was actually a black bear cub stuck in the tree. It must have been born recently because it looked about the same size as a koala, but it was much darker. It was a real black bear. Gun Yinji closed her eyes. She didn't want to be nosy, but the black bear cub kept howling above her head like a kitten that had just been weaned. Gun Yinji couldn't bear it anymore. Eventually, she couldn't bear it anymore and ate a few bites of the berry she had just picked. She hugged the beech trunk and climbed up. The black bear cub watched as Gun Yinji quickly climbed up the tree to a branch not far from it. It immediately extended its two little black paws to her and acted like it wanted her to hug it. Gun Yinji was speechless. Did the black bear cub turn into a spirit? Didn't you know that animals can't turn into spirits after the founding of the People's Republic? Gun Yinji pointed at the bear cub on the tree and spoke in Chinese. The black bear cub's dark eyes were like marbles. It stared at her without blinking and had no idea what she was saying. Gun Yinji muttered to herself for a while and found it funny. The black bear cub wasn't a huaxia bear, so it could still turn into a spirit, right? Amused by her own thoughts, she slowly moved from the branch to look at the bear cub. It turned out that one of its chubby little legs was entangled by the vines on the tree. The vines were not only thick, but also extremely tough. The bear cub was probably a newborn and only knew how to use brute force. However, the harder it tried, the tighter the vines wrapped around it. Gun Yinji patted the bear cub's head and whispered, "Don't move. I'll untie the vines for you, and you'll be free." The black bear cub's tiny marble-like eyes stared at her. She didn't know if it understood her, but it didn't move and waited for her to untie the vines. Gun Yinji obviously didn't have the strength to untie it herself. She took out her Swiss Army knife and unsheathed a small, sharp knife to cut the thinnest part of the vines. After cutting for about a minute, the vine was finally cut off. The bear cub's short legs quickly shrank back. "I'm saved." It howled again, this time in a cheerful and shrill voice. Gun Yinji also laughed. As soon as the vines were untied, the bear cub fell from the tree. Although it was chubby and small, it walked on the tree trunk like it was on flat ground. It quickly scurried to the ground. Gun Yinji also came down from the tree. She carefully climbed down the tree trunk and moved much slower than the bear cub. By the time she stood on the ground, the bear cub was long gone. Gun Yinji smiled and shook her head. She continued with her grand plan of picking berries. After picking a few, Gunyinji suddenly felt something was wrong. The forest was silent, and the hairs on the back of her neck stood on end. She quickly turned around and almost fainted. She saw an adult black bear staring at her covetously as it strode over from the opposite side of the forest. Gunyinji's entire body trembled. Without another word, she threw away the berries in her hand and hugged the beech tree trunk from before. She quickly climbed up the tree again. She didn't know why she chose this tree to climb again. It was probably because she had just climbed it, and it was unfamiliar the first time, but familiar the second time. This time she did her best and climbed much faster than before. This is the first update. A reminder to everyone about your monthly votes and recommendation votes. There will be an extra update at 7 p.m. P.S. Okay, since everyone needs to update before voting, then remember to quickly top up your account. Chapter 636. Gunyinji climbed almost to the highest point in one go. She crouched between the dense leaves and branches and peeked at the big black bear under the tree. She was especially afraid that the adult black bear would go crazy and shake the tree with all its might. She would be in trouble and fall from the tree alive. This was a beech tree that was more than 10 meters tall. Fortunately, the big black bear wasn't that smart. It circled around the beech tree and occasionally roared at the tree. Gunyinji wanted to plug her ears. Where was that heartless little black bear cub from earlier? Isn't this your mama? Hurry up and bring your mama home. Gunyinji crouched between the branches of the beech tree and couldn't help biting her fingers. She kept praying in her heart that the despicable big black bear would go away quickly. However, the big black bear had no intention of leaving. It circled a few times under the tree and found a comfortable place to lie down. Gunyinji didn't have any temper after being fooled by it. She could only endure the hunger in her stomach and lay down on the tree branch in resignation. Fortunately, the gaps between the branches of a beech tree were just right for a little girl like Gunyinji to lie down on. It was just that the tree trunk was a bit hard and uncomfortable. However, this wasn't the time to be picky. Gunyinji missed the days when she was with Hua Xiaoheng. She put her arms behind her head and looked up at the starry sky through the gaps between the leaves. She recalled all the bits and pieces of her past with Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng didn't like to talk much and was tough and iron-willed, but his concern for her was genuine. Even when he was busy with work, he would still pay attention to what kind of bed she slept comfortably on and quietly order people to buy the best mattress for her. He would also remember what she liked to eat. The orderlies who cooked all knew that the chief would order them according to Miss Gu's taste. Even when she had just started her period, he bought many brands of sanitary pads for her to use. The one she used the fastest became her usual brand because it was definitely her favorite. At that time, she was extremely delicate like Princess P. She wouldn't sleep comfortably with a different brand of mattress. Who would have thought that she could sleep in the wilderness on the grass, in a cave, and now even in a tree? She swore that when she went back, she would not be picky anymore. Gunyinji held a straw in her mouth and slowly drifted off to sleep as she missed Hua Xiaoheng. After sleeping for an unknown period of time, he suddenly heard a loud and desolate howl that tore through the night sky. Gunyinji woke up with a start. She held onto the branches of the tree and looked out with trepidation. The moonlight was very bright at night. From this angle, she could see the small cave where she planned to spend the night. However, in front of the cave, there was a group of wolves with green eyes staring at the cave entrance. Gunyinji shivered and almost fell from the tree. How could this be? Why were the wolves howling at the cave where she had planned to spend the night? After a while, the wolf standing in the front rushed into the cave. The wolves behind did not follow, but fanned out in front of the cave to be on guard. Gunyinji bit her fingernails and stared blankly at the pack of wolves, trying to figure out what they were up to. Just as she was wondering, the wolf that had rushed in finally came out with something in its mouth. Gunyinji's eyes widened as she stared at it. When the wolf put the thing in its mouth on the ground, Gunyinji finally saw what it was. It turned out to be a wolf cub. It was a real wolf cub that had been born not long ago. The wolf that had brought it out kept licking the cub's body as if it was cleaning or marking it. Following that, the pack of wolves howled again. At this time, another wolf walked out of the cave. This wolf looked like it had been in the cave for a long time. It looked more pleasing to the eye than the wolf that had entered and come out earlier. It had a slender neck, a beautiful long tail, and a calm gait. It walked out of the cave with its head held high, like a queen. The wolf cub on the ground crawled up and crawled under the body of the second wolf that had just walked out. It began to drink milk. Gunyinji was speechless. Okay, she had accidentally chosen a cave where a mother wolf was about to give birth. No wonder the cave was so clean. No wonder there was not a single mouse. Who would dare to disturb a place where a female wolf gave birth to her cubs? If she hadn't been stuck in a tree by the big black bear, she would have definitely been torn to pieces by the especially fierce mother wolf that was giving birth tonight. Gunyinji felt a wave of fear when she thought of this. She looked down at the big black bear under the tree again and suddenly felt that it wasn't so scary anymore. When she looked down, Gunyinji discovered something else. She didn't know when the little black bear had come back. Its two little black paws were under its fat head, and it was sleeping comfortably on the big black bear's thick chest. Even the howling of the wolves couldn't wake it up. Gunyinji was speechless. So she had blamed the two bears wrongly? Because she had saved the little black bear. The big black bear chased her up the tree and didn't allow her to come down because the cave she had chosen was hidden danger. Gunyinji couldn't help laughing as she thought about it. The night sky was filled with stars, and the moonlight was as soft as silk. She suddenly didn't feel so sad anymore. It was easier to deal with animals than humans. Gunyinji closed her eyes in relief and fell asleep again. The next day, she was shaken awake by the big tree. As soon as she opened her eyes, she felt the tree shaking from side to side. Looking down, the little black bear was whimpering and banging its chubby little body against the tree. Gunyinji was speechless. Dear little bear, you have a very special way of waking people up. The little black bear looked up to see that she was awake and banged against the tree even harder. Gunyinji patted the tree trunk to show that she understood, then stretched. The little black bear circled the tree a few times and banged against it a few times. As if it was saying hello, it turned around and ran away. Gunyinji watched its round little butt sway from side to side as it ran. She covered her mouth with her hand and laughed silently for a long time. As she laughed, she accidentally saw her palms. She remembered climbing the tree twice yesterday, and the rough bark had rubbed her soft palms until they were blistered and bleeding. But as soon as she woke up, her palms were as white and tender as before. Gunyinji calmly looked at her palms for a while, then looked under the tree. The ground was covered in green, and the grass was long, and the birds were flying. The big black bear was no longer under the tree, and the little black bear had also run far away. The deer in the forest ran out in twos and threes. The alarm must have been lifted. Her heart relaxed and stopped thinking about the strange things about her body. She climbed down the tree without worry. As soon as her feet touched the ground, Gunyinji's legs gave out and she fell to the ground. The scare from last night was still vivid in her mind. She thought she was strong, but she was actually still very frightened. She rubbed her back and finally let out a long sigh. It was the second watch, a reminder for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Chapter 637. Leaning against the tree for a while, Gunyinji felt much more energized. She stood up and took her phone out of her pocket to check. It was already the fourth day, and the phone had less than 50% battery left. The signal was still missing, and she couldn't go online at all. She tried to call again, this time only to Smith. She didn't dare call the police, but there was still no answer. The phone rang a few times before it went to voicemail. Gunyinji began to feel that something was wrong. Holding her phone, she sat in the bushes in front of the tree. She squinted and planned to go through the entire situation, but before she could start thinking, the bear cub rolled over like a ball. What rolled, along with it, was something that looked like a cone. Gunyinji leaned against the tree and was shocked to see the bear cub push the thing towards her. What was it? Gunyinji's gaze shifted to the thing that had just rolled to her feet. After staring for a few seconds, she couldn't help but scream. Ah! It was a beehive. Gunyinji immediately turned to run. Unfortunately, she was one step too late. Swarms of wild bees flew out of the beehive and aggressively chased Gunyinji. Gunyinji quickly covered her face with her jacket. As she ran, she complained to herself, "It's not like I dug out the beehive. These wild bees that bully the weak and fear the strong. Go sting the bear cub if you can. What kind of man are you to chase after an innocent victim like me?" Unfortunately, the bees couldn't hear her voice and focused on chasing her. They surrounded her exposed wrists and arms and stung them merrily. Gunyinji was in pain and itching, and soon her arms were swollen. She was in a panic and covered her head, so she accidentally fell into a small pond. Splash! Water splashed everywhere. She hid under the water, and the wild bees scattered in all directions. Gunyinji stayed in the water for a while before slowly climbing out. There were no more bees, but her phone was flooded again. But this time, she already had experience. She calmly put the phone in a place where the sun shone brightly to dry. The little black bear seemed to know that it had done something wrong. It stuck its head out of the forest and looked at her. It didn't dare to come over, nor did it push its favorite beehive over. Out of the corner of her eye, Gunyinji caught a glimpse of the little black bear's evasive figure. She looked down and ignored it. She went to find a few sharp branches to skewer the fish with. The Alps were filled with lakes formed during the Ice Age. There were plump white bait in the lakes, so it should be delicious. Unfortunately, there was no seasoning. Gunyinji's face turned green as she ate. After forking the fish, he used a small Swiss Army knife to cut it open and wash it. Then, he used a tree branch to fork it onto the grill. At this time, the little black bear finally couldn't resist the temptation of the roasted fish and ran over, the unfortunate honeycomb rolling by its feet. Gunyinji now knew that all the wild bees in the beehive had probably run off. She glanced at it from the corner of her eye and wasn't afraid anymore. However, her eyes turned, and she remembered that honey could also be used as seasoning. If he smeared it on the grilled fish, Gunyinji licked her lips and felt even hungrier just thinking about it. The little black bear pushed the beehive to her and circled around her and the grill, obviously very curious. Gunyinji's expression was indifferent as she calmly used a stick to pick up the beehive. Then, she took out her Swiss Army knife and used a small spoon to dig out the wild honey in the beehive. She had to admit that the little black bear was pretty good. The beehive he found had a lot of honey in it. He casually used a small spoon to dig out a glistening yellow honey. This was all natural wild honey. It was said to be very nutritious. Gunyinji was speechless. So the little black bear had bribed her with a beehive? Gunyinji despised her own lack of integrity, but she still smeared the honey on the fish. The little black bear saw that she hadn't eaten the honey and had smeared it on the fish instead. It panicked and circled around her faster and faster. Gunyinji felt dizzy watching it, but she ignored it and calmly placed the honey-coated whitebait on the grill to roast. As soon as the fire started, the little black bear ran away. Animals were afraid of fire. It was instinctive. Gunyinji looked down at the fire for a while, and from the corner of her eye, she saw the little black bear hiding in the forest and peeking at her. Thinking about it, Gunyinji picked up the fish she had caught and picked out 2 of the larger and fatter ones. She carried them to the edge of the forest and placed them near the little black bear. She pointed at the fish and told it to eat without worry. Bears ate fish. Gunyinji remembered seeing it at the zoo. However, she didn't plan on feeding the honey-coated fish to the little black bear. It wasn't that she didn't want to, but the little black bear was a wild animal. Once it got addicted to cooked food, it would affect its ability to survive in the wild. The little black bear came out of the forest and lowered its head to smell the fish Gunyinji gave it. It grabbed it with its little black paws and flipped it around on the ground. Gunyinji was speechless. She turned to walk back to her grill and smelled a sweet aroma. She couldn't help swallowing. It smelled so good. It should be done by now. Goon Yinji's cooking skills had improved exponentially over the past 2 days. She had gone from grilling the fish until it was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Other than the lack of seasoning, it was delicious. This time, she added some wild honey. It was so delicious, she almost swallowed her tongue. Goon Yinji couldn't help but roast 2 honey whitebait and eat them all. She even licked her fingers reluctantly in the end. This was the most satisfying meal she had in the past few days. After eating her fill, her mood was much better. She was no longer in despair or depressed. Hugging her legs, she sat by the river and watched the sunset. The sunset was dazzling and beautiful, and the large patches of color were breathtaking. Goon Yinji's mind wasn't on the scenery at all. The events of the past few days forced her to face reality. This time, not only did someone want her dead, but that person was very powerful and had great power. Their plan was meticulous, and they had probably already taken control of the Munich area's police station. That meant they must be working with Seth's stepfather, York. Also, the other party had H3 of 7, which had been used against her in the Huaxiao Empire. That person also knew about the scarf. No, the scarf could be fake and not from Huaxiao at all. Goon Yinji thought about it carefully and frowned again. No, the scarf should have been from Huaxiao because the colors and style clearly suited her taste. Only Huaxiao would know so clearly, and no one else could have bought something that suited her taste so well. If the scarf was really from Huaxiao, then anyone who knew that Huaxiao had sent her the scarf was a suspect. With that thought, Goon Yinji wasn't even sure if Huaxiao was in Germany. If his text messages could be faked, then what else couldn't be faked? Goon Yinji rubbed her phone and looked down to see there was only 20% battery left. If she didn't call now, how would she get out of these mountains? There was no internet connection, and she couldn't even look at a map. She had no idea where she was. She had no choice. It seemed like she only had one way out now, and that was to follow the river downstream. She would eventually reach a place with people, right? As long as she got out and found a place with people, she could find a way to contact Smith and the others. If that didn't work, she could call in Shi Xiang and Zhao Yangzi. She now deeply regretted not mentioning that she was being hunted when she left a message for In Shi Xiang and Zhao Yangzi. If she had told them, she believed they would definitely come to Germany to save her. They were the ones who truly stood behind her. Goon Yinji pulled herself together and waved her arms in the air. Only then did she realize that the bear cub had come out of the forest and was sitting beside her. They were looking at the little river that was illuminated by the setting sun. Goon Yinji was speechless. The little black bear must have become a spirit equals underscore equals. Goon Yinji and the little bear sat quietly in the afterglow of the setting sun. The setting sun elongated Goon Yinji's silhouette, and the little black bear's chubby silhouette was elongated into an oval shape. It was very interesting. She sat there until the sun went down and the surroundings gradually darkened. Tired birds returned to the forest, and the occasional chirping of birds could be heard in the air. It was a bit like all paths are gone and all birds are gone. Unfortunately, this kind of mood was beautiful in poetry, but it was a disaster when she was actually in it. Goon Yinji couldn't help but roll her eyes internally. She unlocked her phone and called Smith again. As she expected, there was still no answer. It went straight to voicemail. Goon Yinji hung up without another word. After so many days and so many voicemails, it would be strange if she thought Smith didn't have time to answer the phone. Goon Yinji was a computer expert, and she had learned a lot about computer hacking from Zhao Yangzi, who had been a top hacker. If she hadn't guessed wrong, Smith phone had most likely been installed with a Trojan blocking program. Every time she called, it went straight to voicemail. Goon Yinji's expression darkened, but a sense of heroism was ignited in her bones. Haha, you want to fight me with your wits and schemes? I'll play with you to the end. Goon Yinji pursed her lips and activated the hacking program on her phone. It was a small plug-in program that she had written when she had nothing better to do. It could find the other party's address through a phone connection. It was actually a simple database search program. There were 2 types of phones nowadays. One was the original landline, connected by ground wire, and each number had a fixed specification. The other was the network phone, which was easier to find. It was Gunyinji's old line of work. The original landline connected to the ground wire was more difficult for normal hackers to find, but it was very simple for Gunyinji. She had Hua Xiaoheng, and from him, she could easily get the world's landline distribution map. She had entered it all into her small programs database. So she thought for a while and dialed Smith's number. Soon after, her call was transferred to voicemail. Gunyinji still didn't say anything and quietly watched her small program begin to run. It only took her 5 seconds to get the address of the voicemail. It turned out to be a place not far from Munich. Gunyinji then left a message. Are you stupid? You think I won't know if you used a Trojan blocking program? Xiaoxin will wipe you all out. With that, she hung up. She taunted them and was in a good mood. She got up and returned to the beech tree. There was a nice big rock there that she could lean on to sleep on. Last night, the little black bear and its mama had slept there. She hadn't seen the little bear's mama the entire day. She didn't know where she went. But Gunyinji didn't dare be careless. She still climbed up the tree and returned to the branches from last night. She slept on the tree like a bird. But to her dismay, the bear cub also climbed up and found a place near her to lie down and sleep while hugging a branch. Gunyinji was speechless. Whatever, she could tell the little black bear didn't have any ill intentions. Also, with it here, the other beasts probably wouldn't dare to climb up. Gunyinji went to sleep with peace of mind. She was very tired and immediately fell asleep. She did fall asleep, but the person in charge of the voicemail was scared shitless and went to find their leader like a madman. Boss, bad news. That woman knows it's us. She even said she's going to wipe us out. Bullsh asterisk T. The man yelled. How is that possible? She's still in the Alps. How would she know? Listen to this. The person in charge of the voicemail quickly played Gunyinji's message to the man. The man was stunned when he heard this, but he quickly came back to his senses and said nonchalantly, All right, she's just bluffing. You're an idiot if you take it seriously. Then he asked, Have you confirmed her location? As long as Gunyinji called, they would be able to track her location. Yes. The person trembled. Do we really not need to retreat? Send out the location and let the team outside receive it. Also, the boss gave us orders, so we were going to leave anyway. The man said fiercely, Inform everyone that we're leaving in 5 minutes. So he was still afraid and guilty. The subordinate secretly despised this useless little leader. Unfortunately, the big boss wasn't here. Otherwise, he could also go above his rank and complain. Perhaps he could replace this little leader. The subordinate's thoughts ran wild as he quickly packed up and left a large villa on the outskirts of Munich. On the 5th day in the Alps, Gunyinji woke up to find it raining again. The leaves of the beech trees were also beginning to turn yellow and fall off. She was drenched and hugged her arms as she squatted in the tree, shivering. The little black bear had already woken up but didn't wake her. Instead, it focused on digging holes in the tree like a woodpecker. Equals hearing the noise from Gunyinji's side. The bear cub turned its head to look and roared at the sky before diving headfirst into the tree and falling. Gunyinji was speechless. That was 4,000 words. 2 chapters into one. There was no more at 7 p.m. My dear friends are anxious. Just 2 more days, and I'll be happy. P.S. Remember to top up your account as soon as possible. Chapter 638. The disloyal black bear cub had actually run off to hide from the rain, alone as a bear. Gunyinji looked at the incessant rain and thought it wasn't a good idea to stay in the rain, so she also came down from the tree. There were still evergreen trees in the forest, so she ran over to hide from the rain. At that moment, she was glad it wasn't summer and there was no thunder. Otherwise, hiding under a tree would be suicidal. But even if there wasn't thunder, it would be suicidal. As Gunyinji thought about it, a gust of cold wind mixed with rain blew against her face. The chill seeped into her bones. She shivered and sneezed again. Oh no, she wouldn't catch a cold, would she? Gunyinji rubbed her nose and tried to get as close to the tree as possible. The rain didn't stop. Although it was heavy at times and light at others, it continued for almost the entire day. Gunyinji felt like her entire body was damp, not fashionable, but damp. When it was almost evening, she couldn't take it anymore. Hungry and thirsty, she crawled out from under the tree to find some berries to eat. Just then, the bear cub came bounding over and circled around her feet. Gunyinji sighed and crouched down to poke the cub's head. "Hurry up and go home. What's so good about staying in the rain with me?" The bear cub's marble-like black eyes stared at her persistently before turning to run forward. After running a few steps, it turned back to look at her. Seeing that she wasn't moving, it ran back to sit by her feet and waited for her to look over before running out again. Again, after running a few steps, it turned back to look at her again. Seeing that Gunyinji still wasn't moving, the bear cub would run back to sit by her feet and look up at her or run circles around her feet. After doing this a few times, Gunyinji understood. "You want me to follow you?" She looked at the bear cub fearfully, afraid it would nod or something. That would be like flying into the sky. Luckily, the bear cub didn't nod. It only looked up at her for a while before running out again. This time, Gunyinji began to walk behind it to see what it wanted to do. When the bear cub turned around again to see that Gunyinji was following it, it didn't run back. Instead, it ran forward happily. Gunyinji finally confirmed that the little black bear was taking her somewhere to shelter from the rain. So magical, so touching. Gunyinji's eyes were wet, and her lips curved into a smile that she didn't even realize she was smiling. In this almost forgotten place, there was a cute little black bear cub who wanted to help her. Gunyinji felt that there was hope in life again. She had only saved it once, but it knew how to repay her kindness. In comparison, not only were some people unfit to be human, but to say that they were beasts was an insult to beasts. They could only be described as worse than beasts. Gunyinji carefully followed the bear cub on the narrow mountain path. It was still raining, and the mountain road was rugged and muddy. She kept walking, and her sneakers were covered in mud. She still had no idea where the bear was taking her. They walked all the way until the sky was completely dark. Only then did they take a turn on the winding mountain road. As they turned the corner, a castle with a spire appeared in front of them. Gunyinji looked up and immediately covered her mouth with her hand. Tears were about to fall. The castle wasn't particularly large, but it definitely wasn't small either. There were even lights coming from a few windows. There was definitely someone inside. Gunyinji's eyes were brimming with tears as she walked towards the castle lights. After turning the muddy mountain road, she quickly walked onto a dry asphalt road. Gunyinji sighed in relief. She felt like she had been reborn after returning from the wilderness to the civilized world. She almost broke into a jog, but after running a few steps, she suddenly realized something was wrong. She stopped and looked around to see that the bear cub that had brought her here had stopped by the side of the road. It didn't go onto the asphalt road either. It only looked up at her from the side of the road before turning and twisting its way back. Looking at its lonely figure, Gunyinji felt like she was looking at a child walking alone at night. However, she quickly composed herself and convinced herself that the bear cub was a wild animal that had grown up in the mountains. Compared to it, she was the one that needed help. However, she was still very grateful to it. Right now, Gunyinji couldn't even take care of herself. She really couldn't express any more gratitude to the bear cub. When she had a chance to go out, she could do other things to help the bear cub. For example, she could increase the punishment for criminals who killed black bears for their bile. She promised to take on more animal protection cases like this in the future. She would do it for free or even pay for it. With that thought, Gunyinji finally turned to walk towards the castle's gate. There were indeed some castles like this in the Alps. Gunyinji remembered seeing them when she was searching for information about the Koenig Sea. Many German monasteries were in the Alps. Just like the temples in the Huaxia Empire, they liked to build their own territories in famous mountains and rivers that were inaccessible to humans. This way, they could isolate themselves from the world and make it easier for them to cultivate. She didn't know if this castle was one of those legendary monasteries. Since there was a monastery here, Would there be cell reception? Gun Yinji's heart skipped a beat. She quickly took out her phone to check and discovered that there really was a weak, half-bar signal. She was ecstatic. How could a child who grew up with the internet not have access to the internet? She quickly called In Shi Xiang and the others, but they couldn't get through. Then she tried to connect to the internet to send them a message. In the end, she tried for a long time and kept looking at the signal. She couldn't connect to any network signal, so she gave up. Putting her phone back in her pocket, she jogged to the castle's iron gate that was half the height of a person. The castle also had a circle of land surrounded by a wall. Directly facing the main road was the iron gate that was half the height of a person. There were intricate iron flowers on the iron gate. This kind of gate was the standard defense against good people, but not bad people. Although Gun Yinji didn't think she was a bad person, it was an emergency and she couldn't care less. She placed one hand on the top of the iron gate and jumped lightly with her long legs. Like a one-handed horse vault, she jumped over the castle gate. Gun Yinji could sense that the road inside the castle was probably paved with cement. It was better than the asphalt road outside. The rain was still falling. She had been in the rain for a whole day and was completely soaked. It didn't matter anymore. She jogged to the castle gate. There was a lamp at the top of the gate. It emitted a snow-white light and illuminated the fine drizzle outside. Gun Yinji looked at the mottled wooden gate that clearly had traces of history. Taking a deep breath, she clasped the large iron ring on the gate and knocked on it. She knocked on the door for a full 5 minutes before she heard the door creak open from the inside. A fat nun wearing a black nun's habit and a white headscarf appeared in front of her. She had a round face and a double chin. The nun was shocked when she saw Gun Yinji's drenched appearance. She held the door tightly with one hand and said in German, "How can we help you?" Gun Yinji quickly used the German she had just learned to stutter. "Shelter, is that okay?" After saying that, she felt that the words didn't convey her meaning, so she switched to English. "May I ask if you speak English?" It had to be said that pure Oxford English was very useful on the European continent. It meant that she had a good background and family background. The nun's tense expression immediately relaxed. She smiled widely and nodded. "Where are you from? Are you lost?" she asked as she opened the gate to let her in. Gun Yinji sighed in relief and nodded with a smile. "Yes, I came here with friends. They left early today, and I was fascinated by the scenery here. After playing for a while, I got caught in the rain and got lost." She adjusted her clothes in embarrassment and even touched her head. The nun closed the door with a smile. "It's okay. Go take a shower and change first." Gun Yinji was overjoyed. She had been in the wilderness for 5 days. She couldn't go online, shower, or wash her hair. There was no food to eat. She had had enough. It felt good to be back in the civilized world. Gun Yinji quickly nodded. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you." Then she said, "I'll pay according to the price." She was very worried that the nun would misunderstand that she was freeloading, so she quickly explained. The nun smiled. "No need. We are all God's people. God let you meet us so that we will never forget to repay his kindness. Amen." Saying that, she made the sign of the cross on her chest. Her tone was very sincere. Gun Yinji quickly followed suit. She felt very good about God at that moment. She followed the nun into the building. The first floor of the castle was a large hall with tall stained glass. She couldn't see it clearly because it was dark outside, but she couldn't take her eyes off it after entering. The nun was very talkative and introduced the history and heritage of the convent to her. Seeing that Gun Yinji was interested in the stained glass, she pointed at the pictures on the glass and explained them to her one by one. They were all stories from the Bible, such as the Virgin Mary giving birth to Jesus, and so on. Although Gun Yinji already knew this, she still acted like it was the first time she heard it out of politeness and expressed her admiration for the nun. The nun was even more happy and chattered on until she walked Gun Yinji to the door of a small room. She finally stopped talking about religious stories. She opened the door and said kindly to Gun Yinji, "You can stay here tonight." "Thank you so much." Gun Yinji was about to bow. She was truly grateful. Someone had taken her in without a care in this unfamiliar place. She couldn't say anything else other than thank them. She was always so eloquent, but now she couldn't say anything else. Seeing the tall four-poster bed, fluffy down quilt, a simple and elegant sofa, a small dresser, and a desk, Gunyenji almost cried tears of joy. She could finally sleep in a bed. She didn't have to worry about wild animals suddenly attacking her at night. Gunyenji nodded with a smile. She made up her mind that if she could escape this time, she would definitely donate a large sum of money to the convent. Everyone knew how to add flowers to a brocade, but not everyone could help in a time of need. She had to be praised. "You're welcome." The nun pointed to a small door on the other side of the room. "That's the bathroom. There's still hot water, so you can take a shower." She then looked at Gunyenji's dirty clothes. "I also have a set of nun clothes that I don't wear. I made it when I was very thin. I can't wear it now. Would you like to wear it?" Not just anyone could wear nun's clothes, and it was also a taboo for Germans, so they didn't want to wear it. Therefore, the nun asked carefully. Of course, Gunyenji didn't care about that. She quickly nodded. "Thank you so much. I really do need a change." Hesitating, Gunyenji whispered, "An underwear. Do you have it here? I can buy it." "Oh, we do. They're all new. You don't have to buy them. Our convent buys some underwear every year and donates it to the orphanage." "Okay." Gunyenji became a donated orphan. She was a bit embarrassed, but quickly nodded. "Thank you." The nun thought it was very interesting to talk to Gunyenji, so her mood improved. She gently closed the door for Gunyenji and turned to get a change of clothes for Gunyenji. A tall and thin figure stood at the end of the long walkway. The nun walked to her side and saw it was the Reverend Mother. She quickly said, "Reverend Mother, why are you up?" "Josephine, who is she?" The Reverend Mother was a middle-aged woman in her 40s or 50s. She was very thin, and her face was wrinkled. Only her eyes were sharp when she looked at people. Josephine nodded. "She's a tourist who was passing by. She got separated from a friend and wanted to stay here for the night." The Reverend Mother frowned and whispered, "Separated? When did they get separated?" She said today. "Haha, Josephine, she's lying. Her clothes are torn like this. It can't be done in a day. Her shoes are also very dirty. The soles are muddy. She must have been in the mountains for a few days." "Oh, Reverend Mother, you're amazing." Josephine looked at the Reverend Mother with admiration. The tall and thin Reverend Mother only snorted and turned to leave. "Let her stay for one night. Let her go tomorrow." The Reverend Mother hated people who came to ask for help but didn't tell the truth. Moreover, though the little girl was ragged and dirty, her delicate little face looked as if it had been polished by God out of the finest materials, and her large eyes, which were so striking in the darkness, were like the largest jewels in a king's crown. She was exceedingly beautiful. The Reverend Mother's intuition told her that pretty women were not good people. Gunyenji stretched out her arms and spun around happily in the room. Then she walked into the bathroom to look around. It really was a convent bathroom. It was very simple and plain. There was a black bar of soap and a bottle of hand sanitizer on the white marble sink. There was also a white bar of soap and a bottle of shampoo in the shower. It was the kind of brand that could be found everywhere in German supermarkets. But to Gunyenji, who had been wandering in the wild for 5 days, it was too precious. That was 4,000 words. 2 chapters in one. There wouldn't be any more at 7 p.m. tonight. My friends are anxious, but I'll be happy tomorrow. The specific time for the new chapter will be posted at 8 a.m. tomorrow. 20 chapters will be posted. 100,000 words. Asking for monthly votes. P.S. Remember to quickly top up your account. Chapter 639. Gunyenji carefully checked the bathroom to make sure there wasn't anything that shouldn't be there. Just as she was about to take off her clothes and shower, she heard a knock on the door. Gunyenji thought it must be the fat nun coming to deliver clothes, so she quickly covered herself and opened the door. Sure enough, it was her holding some clothes. She smiled at Gunyenji and said, "These are my old nun robes, and these are new underwear." She thought about it and said, "These are all the same size, so you can definitely wear them but they might be a bit big. This nun was too nice. Gun Yinji had a good impression of her and shook her head with a smile. It's okay. The underwear is more comfortable. Taking the clothes from a nun, Gun Yinji began chatting with her. May I ask your name? I'm Josephine. And you? I'm Sirius. Gun Yinji still only said her English name. Josephine didn't suspect anything and waved at her with a smile. Then, good night, Sirius. Gun Yinji also said good night and watched her return to her room before gently closing the door. Carrying the clothes Josephine had just given her, she walked into the bathroom. It was a small tank top and a pair of underwear. Gun Yinji decided to take a good shower and wash her hair to get rid of the mud from the past few days. She had been rubbing in the mud, climbing trees, and swimming in the river for the past few days, so her body smelled strange. She almost didn't care about the smell of the soap and didn't care if it was too alkaline or bad for her skin. She directly used the soap to lather in front of the sink, then wiped it on her face to wash. Taking off the dirty coat she had worn for a few days, Gun Yinji walked into the shower to wash her hair. After showering, she used the soap to wash her bra and underwear by hand. The soap was indeed very alkaline, so her body and face were tight after washing. Gun Yinji really wanted to apply moisturizer to her body again. However, she couldn't find any face care products in her room, so she could only give up. After washing, she was so sleepy that she collapsed on the soft four-poster bed and fell asleep almost immediately. In the Reverend's room, the Reverend finished reciting a rosary and was about to go to sleep when she heard the phone in the room ring. Who will be calling her at this hour? The Reverend Mother was startled. After thinking for a while, she answered the phone. The signal in the Alps was not good, so mobile phones were basically useless here, unless they could use the Copernicus satellite navigation system, which was not affordable for ordinary people. Needless to say, this was a small monastery, so they still used the very old landline. May I know who you are? The Reverend Mother asked politely. There was a slight pause on the other side. The German was a little stiff, but the grammar was correct. I'm an agent from the Munich Regional Police. We received news that a fugitive has just escaped into your monastery. The Reverend Mother stood up and asked nervously, What? What fugitive are you talking about? She suddenly thought of the girl that Josephine had let in to shelter from the rain. She looked so beautiful, but she really wasn't a good person. Someone on the other side of the phone chuckled and said, It's a girl. She's very pretty. You should have met her, right? At this point, the person on the other side of the phone called from the police station. The Reverend Mother had no choice but to believe it. Moreover, there was indeed a suspicious girl staying in their monastery, and Josephine had kindly taken her in, but she had lied. The Reverend Mother's expression turned serious. She's a fugitive? How do you know she's here? If you knew, why didn't you arrest her immediately? The woman on the other side of the phone answered patiently, We have a GPS tracking system. We tracked her to your monastery based on her phone signal. Oh, the Reverend Mother believed her and nodded. What crime did she commit? The other party didn't answer directly, but said tactfully, What crime did she commit will depend on the court's verdict. Our mission as police is to arrest her first. We hope you can cooperate with us and help us. She then added, This person is very cunning and suspicious. I hope you don't give her away and just keep her under control. Our people are rushing over to your monastery. As long as you keep her under control for a few hours, our people should be here early tomorrow morning. You can hand her over to our people then. The Reverend Mother was extremely nervous and asked, Is she that powerful? Will she hurt people? Your people have to come quickly. We don't have many people here, and they're all women. And got it. The man hung up the phone after he finished speaking. The Reverend Mother put down the phone, feeling even more uneasy. She got up and paced around the house, still worried. She pushed open the door to Josephine's room, but she was already asleep. She could only go back and sit in her room until it was almost dawn. Finally, she came up with a solution. In the morning, the monastery's kitchen started making breakfast. There weren't many people in the monastery, and there wasn't a designated chef. The nuns took turns to make breakfast. With the Reverend Mother's status, she didn't have to take turns, but today she went to the kitchen and said that she would make breakfast for everyone. The nuns who were assigned to make breakfast were very happy. They thanked her profusely and went back to sleep. The Reverend Mother took out flour, eggs, and yesterday's fresh blueberries in the kitchen, planning to bake blueberry bread and blueberry cake. These were the two things she was best at, and they tasted better than those sold in shops and restaurants. Perhaps it was because she was suddenly in a new place, but Gunyinji was a bit uncomfortable in her bed. She slept for 4 hours in the beginning, and after the extreme drowsiness and exhaustion passed, she woke up and couldn't go back to sleep. She remembered sleeping only 4 to 5 hours a night in the wilderness a few days ago because she was too nervous and couldn't relax. Even when she was at her most tired, she couldn't sleep too much. She would wake up as soon as the drowsiness subsided. Sometimes she also thought about it. This deep sense of insecurity seemed to be rooted in the depths of her memory. It was the same for the first 2 years when she was with Hua Xiao. She could only sleep 3 to 4 hours a night, and she would wake up from nightmares in the wee hours of the morning. Hua Xiaoheng had obeyed the military's order to be her guardian, but at the time, he was only a 22-year-old young man with no experience with children. And this child wasn't a toddler who could be hugged, coaxed, or given candy to turn her tears into smiles. This child was a 12-year-old girl. She wasn't a child, so she couldn't be hugged or coaxed. She definitely couldn't be given a candy to turn her tears into a smile. Hua Xiaoheng had no choice. When she woke up from nightmares, he would quietly sit by her bed and gently pat her shoulder from time to time to let her know he was by her side and that she didn't need to be afraid. As he patted her, Gunyinji gradually fell asleep. She always remembered the mornings after waking up from nightmares. When she opened her eyes, she would always see Hua Xiaoheng sleeping soundly on her bed. His young and handsome face had a weariness and heaviness that didn't match his age. Later, he really gave her a sense of security, and she stopped crying. It was as if she had grown up overnight and didn't make Hua Xiaoheng sad anymore. The longer she was with him, the more secure she felt. She slept longer and longer at night, and eventually even stayed in bed. Hua Xiaoheng saw that he was overreacting, so he began to urge her to wake up every morning to exercise with the soldiers. She was young and weak. In the beginning, she could only run 1 kilometer, then 2 kilometers, 3 kilometers, and finally, she could run 10 kilometers of cross-country running. Because of this, she hated running. Before she knew it, the bizarre nightmares of her youth gradually faded away, replaced by the nightmare of running every morning. Thinking of this, Gunyinji couldn't help but smile. Sitting up, she looked out the window at the still, dark sky. Her stomach growled, and she was so hungry. She didn't know if there was anything to eat here. Gunyinji couldn't sleep, so she went to the bathroom to wash up. Seeing that her bra and underwear from yesterday were dry, she changed in her own bra and underwear, then put on the nun's uniform that Josephine had given her. Looking at herself in the mirror, she couldn't help smiling. The woman in the mirror with big eyes and a bright smile on her face was obviously a fake nun. She made a face at the mirror and drew a cross with her right hand. Then she quietly opened the door and poked her head out to look. The long hallway was quiet, and not a single person could be seen. Everyone was probably still sleeping. Gunyinji looked at her watch and saw it was only 4 in the morning. Most people were sound asleep at this time. Sniffing the air, she wasn't surprised to smell the aroma of baking food. It seemed to be coming from the other side of the hallway. Was the kitchen making breakfast? When she was in the military, they usually started making breakfast at this time. It should be the same in the nunneries, right? She remembered that monks and nuns all had morning prayers, so it must be the same for nuns. So this was probably the time to start making breakfast. Gunyinji felt even hungrier. Rubbing her temples, she thought she should be more diligent. She was unfamiliar with the place and people, so she had to be diligent to leave a good impression. She didn't want the nuns to think she was a lazy glutton. Also, she was begging them to take her in, but she acted like a big boss the moment she arrived. How could she let them bring her food and drinks? Thinking of this, Gunyinji quietly walked in the direction of the aroma. Following the aroma, she found the kitchen and saw a tall, thin nun with a tense expression. She was putting dough into the oven. There were even a few fresh blueberries on each of the dough balls. She was probably making blueberry bread. Gunyinji immediately lost her appetite. She had been eating blueberries in a while for the past few days, and she felt nauseous. She really couldn't eat anymore. Thinking about this, Gunyinji quietly walked in and coughed softly. The Reverend Mother turned around and saw an unfamiliar nun standing at the door. Frowning, she asked, "Who are you?" Then she remembered that this was the fugitive who had stayed with them yesterday. The Reverend Mother immediately became nervous and unconsciously gripped the flat spoon in her hand. Gunyinji saw how nervous the nun was and felt a bit strange, but she didn't show it on her face. She politely said in English, "Hello, I am Sister Josephine. She let me stay here yesterday. May I ask who you are?" The Reverend Mother confirmed her identity and couldn't help looking her up and down. Although she didn't like pretty girls, this pretty girl spoke English with an authentic Oxford accent and was polite. She didn't seem like a vicious fugitive at all. The Reverend Mother's impression of her actually improved a bit. Gunyinji saw the elderly nun staring at her with a frown and felt a bit strange. Suppressing her strange thoughts, she said with a smile, "Are you making breakfast? Can I help you?" The Reverend Mother's heart skipped a beat. She discreetly walked to the oven and blocked the bread she had just put in the oven. She said with a straight face, "No need, you can go back first." She turned to look at the oven and ignored Gunyinji. Gunyinji was very strange about the nun's attitude. Perhaps Josephine had left her with such a good impression yesterday that she didn't react to the elderly nun's cold attitude. She stood at the door and stared blankly at the nun's back. She didn't know whether to stay or leave. The Reverend Mother faced the oven and took a deep breath. She took out a small bottle from the inner pocket of her nun's uniform and was about to drip some onto the bread when she instinctively turned to look at the door. She didn't expect the fugitive to still be there and watching her. The Reverend Mother panicked and quickly turned around with her hands behind her back. She said unhappily to Gunyinji, "I told you to go back and wait for breakfast. Why aren't you leaving yet?" Gunyinji blinked. She didn't understand why this person was so displeased with her. She wasn't going to be a freeloader. She would definitely pay. Was she afraid she wouldn't be able to afford it? Gunyinji always felt that the nuns here shouldn't be so snobbish, but she didn't know what exactly was going on. "Sorry to disturb you." Gunyinji bent her knees slightly and gave a standard palace salute. The Reverend Mother was shocked and clasped her hands behind her back even tighter. Gunyinji didn't say anything else. She smiled silently and turned to leave the convent's kitchen. But she was still hungry. Gunyinji looked at the carvings above her head and decided to go back to drink more water. If it didn't work, she would go out and find some berries to eat. Taking 2 steps forward, Gunyinji couldn't help thinking about the past when she was with Hui Xiaoheng and the others because the aroma from the kitchen was too tempting. She learned about the kitchen and food. For example, in Hui Xiaoheng and the others' training, there was a rule that when they were out on a mission, if they didn't see how the food was made, they shouldn't eat it. She didn't understand at the time and had asked Yin Shixiang before, but how could you keep staring at how the food was made in the kitchen? Would you still be able to work? You're not a chef. This was 4,000 words, and 2 chapters were combined into one. After 12 o'clock tonight, I'll start updating. I'll post one update after another. Because of the system delay, the first chapter might only be available at 12:10 or 12:15. If you can't wait, you can go to bed first and read it tomorrow morning. It would take about an hour to finish all 20 chapters. 20 chapters, explosive, 100,000 words, seeking monthly votes. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.